Hi, my name is Billy. You can also call me Mr. Sketch. And I'm going to take you through a very brief but I think very engaging climate action activity. Now, if you could just grab a sheet of paper and any writing tool that you could reach, could be a pencil, a pen, or anything. I'll be using only pastels, but I want to take you on a little bit of a journey. Are you ready? Let me give you about 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. Okay, you should be having your paper by now. All right, so I'm going to tell you a little story right here on paper. Every bird originates from an egg. And so we're going to take the egg and we'll use the egg to represent life, everything about life. So, right in the middle of my page, I'll draw an egg. Doesn't have to look fancy, doesn't have to look neat, it's just the idea. Let me just make it nice and visible. All right, so the next thing I want to bring to my sheet of paper and include in my story is fossil fuels. Now, we all by now have heard about the Gulf of Mexico and the fire that was blazing, right? Okay, so think fossil fuels. And for that, I'm going to use the number 4. And where does the number 4 go? Right below my egg. So you should be having a nice, bold number 4 right at the bottom of the life representing egg, right? Okay, if you're ready, we're going to go to the next step. Now this time I want to use a letter of the alphabet. And I am going to use the letter S. Now this one you want to make it a little bit fancy. It's not just any old S. You want to make it a little smaller or slimmer at the top, and then with a wider curve at the bottom. And then that can touch the egg, representing life. Now, what does the letter S to me represent? Today, it represents sustainability. It also represents shillings. Hold that thought. All right, next, I'm going to just add a little bulge to the top of my S. And by now you must be really, really curious, or you must be having an aha moment. I hope it's the latter. For those of you that are still curious and still can't figure out what's going on, here's a little something to get you hooked. So I'm just going to draw a hook right there. Got it so far? No? Okay, let's keep going. So now I'm going to broaden my S just a little bit and begin to give my story some character. And by now, you must have realized that this is either a very familiar bird or you are extremely entirely confused. This time around, I hope it's the former. Now, if you know anything about Kenya, if you know anything about East Africa, you must know about the flamingo. So what's my flamingo story? When we're talking about climate change, climate action, and how it affects biodiversity, this side of the world, we don't entirely quite get the polar bear. But here, you talk about the flamingo, and you talk about climate action, and you talk about climate change and biodiversity, and hopefully an alarm bell is going to go out, and it's going to keep going and going every time you think about it. So, let's give it some tail feathers. And let's give it an eye. And just because we like to do everything and finish it well, I'm going to give mine just a little bit of color. Just a dash of color. And as we're completing this drawing now, you should be thinking, and as you're thinking, you can also be Googling and finding the correlation between the animal I have just drawn and your respective climate change journey. There's a little color over there. And then we are going to finish off our 4 by just giving the leg a little bit of character, partially webbed foot. I'll just let mine wade in the water. And from this point on, you can do whatever you want to do with it and complete it however you want to complete it. But what am I trying to say? Art is a powerful tool when it comes to writing your climate action story. So how do you choose to act? This is my flamingo. And chances are, if you never ever see me again, you'll always remember at some point that something like this was supposed to trigger some thought process in your mind. What's your flamingo story? I am Mr. Sketch.
What's your flamingo story?
I have to draw one first.
I think we'll have our drawing started up by the end of the day. Huh?
Yes, for sure.
Yay! So we are on day 2, believe it or not.
Yay!
Welcome back, everybody. We are so grateful that you've taken time out to be with us. It's not easy to find time these days with a lot of things going on. World's really busy, even though so much of these things happen on Zoom, right?
That's true.
So we appreciate it. I am Judy Kibinge from DocuBox.
And my name is Emily Wanja from DocuBox 2.
And we are so grateful alongside our amazing partners, the Climate Justice Resilience Fund. Big up to them. The British Council, thank you so much, British Council. The Doc Society, and of course, our great partners, Christian Aid. So welcome to the Climate Story Lab Africa. I'm going to do you think I should do a quick recap on yesterday to kind of, maybe catch people up, or those who weren't here, just to let you know what amazing things happened yesterday, and for those who were with us yesterday, just to refresh you, because we're going on a totally different tandem, right, or a continuation. Yeah. We had the most incredible conversation with Wajira Madai, didn't we?
Yes.
She got right to the heart of it. We spoke about how even as we address all these climate change and climate justice issues, we've got to put resilience. Africa has to put resilience at the heart of that, and community at the heart of that. Mm-hmm. And so Sharon Kibor, amazing partner from USAID, it was so great to just hear her speaking with community leaders. Mm-hmm. And I feel like she really brought things alive, like in her conversation with Obadiah Yeah.
Sadia,
Sadia.
Mary Coquette,
Yes.
Kisilu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, between these community leaders, hailing from Baringo and Pokot,
Marsabit,
Marsabit,
Kitui, Makueni.
I know, I feel like we just heard from people everywhere across the whole country. And then we moved on and we had the most incredible conversation with Pasi, yeah, Amayo. Yeah, what do you think of that?
It was really good on why is green energy a big deal for Africa, and how can we practically transition to green energy? Is it a thing we have to do now, or we have to do it gradually? You have to catch it later.
Yeah, and I was really surprised because I think so many of us are so proud of, the film, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, and to meet the boy or the man who harnessed the water,
Yes.
John Migiro. Yeah, and to
Yes.
watch that little film about him and realize that community leaders are everywhere. It's maybe that we're just not amplifying their stories.
Yeah, enough. They're not being seen enough.
So, what do we got going on today?
So today, today we'll be speaking about something all of us as stakeholders are interested in. Do you want to guess what that is? Yeah.
Does it start with M?
Yes. Money.
Money.
Get
We're going to
ready.
be speaking about money.
Yes. Get ready today to speak all about money. We have a panel on climate finance. We're going to be talking about access to funds for the communities and members of the public. We'll also be speaking to filmmakers, creatives, and journalists. And really what we want to try and interrogate is why are we not so attracted to climate-themed stories? We'll try and find that out today.
Do you think they're too complicated? Do you feel like people think about climate and just feel like, oh my gosh, that's just too complicated, or it's something for somewhere else, or...
I think it's the moment we brand them climate already instead of just a simple human story. Maybe. We'll find out though. And then we will also take a look at, moving forward after yesterday and today, what are we saying? How can we strengthen our cooperation as stakeholders now and moving onwards? And that's a glance at today's program. And as is the habit, I will go to the other side on Zoom and I'll catch you there.
But before you go, Wanja, I want to ask you, can't we do this again tomorrow?
No.
Can we just invite more people and keep this conversation going?
We have to first absorb all of this.
Okay,
And then
okay.
figure it out.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
See you there. Bye.
We'll see you over there.
Okay.
Okay, I'm really glad to introduce our next keynote conversation. John Gitui, or Dr. John Gitui, is a medical doctor. He's a public health specialist, and he currently leads an amazing team at Oxfam in Kenya, working with partners to design and deliver programs that contribute towards fighting inequality to end poverty and injustice. He's been working in the humanitarian and development space for more than 15 years. That's no mean feat, across both Africa and Southeast Asia. And amongst other things, Dr. Gitui is passionate about tackling climate change and promoting environmentally sustainable development. He works to help realize positive social change that ensures a fair, equitable, and just society where women, men, children live in dignity and thrive. So I would like to welcome Dr. Gitui up.
Hey there, we're all used to speaking about the weather, wondering if the day will be sunny or rainy, cold or hot. But ever wondered what climate finance is? Get your mind off the wallet. Now, let's take a trip from Africa. The year is 2015, here in Paris, the city of love. It is here that about 192 countries have agreed on some decisions to cut carbon emissions and save our feverish planet from the effects of global warming. But that is a huge document to go through in this tiny video. Let's go back to climate finance. Climate finance is money drawn from public, private and alternative sources of financing and used to support actions that address and mitigate climate change. I'm sure you've heard about the UNFCCC unforgettable cake cutting ceremony? No, dum-dum. It is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The year is 1992. Michael Jackson's Black or White is the #1 song on the planet. Or is it? There's a party going on. No, not that kind of party. Some cool cats came together at the UN and declared, dudes, the tensional climate affects everyone, rich and poor. And most of these didn't come from developing countries. It was an important declaration. From that point on, any developing country that needed access to climate change funds was supposed to have been able to get the funds. And that, my friends, was the beginning of the journey. Funds are to be made available to private sector, NGOs, and community groups with projects that are geared towards either reducing emissions and pollution. The idea was to help create resilient societies as the pangs of climate change unravel. Groups with concrete plan to tackle climate change, groups with impactful idea to deal with climate problems, and Africa has scores and scores of such groups. Easy, right? Wrong. Here's the catch. Information about these funds is not easily accessed, especially to those without access to internet, electricity, or even roads. True story. It seems you need to be an outsider, high-level policymaker, or a local politician to have the bird's eye view on climate change funding. The conditions set out to access these funds will bamboozle anyone, let alone small community groups who aren't climate change insiders. So who wins? Take your time and a wild guess. You guessed it. International NGOs, multilateral agencies, big private companies, and their kin. The list goes on. Where can the average community or organization find the climate funding that they need and deserve? Or rather, where and how can they demand it? The
COP21 Agreement.
It's a legally binding international treaty on climate change committed to providing support to those countries that need it. What do you and I and all the villagers in each and every country in Africa need to be asking? For starters, where is the money? The more we ask, the more we find out. Many of our national governments receive climate funding from multiple sources, donor institutions and developing agencies. And of course, the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund, both committed to investing in developing countries' efforts to adapt to the effects of climate change. Do you know how much the Adaptation Fund has been allocated to give developing countries? $10 million? No, not even close. How about hundreds of millions? Don't mind the zeros, Kevin. It's just a lot. Let's ask again. Where is the climate money? It's different from country to country, but in Kenya, the national government has many distributing agencies, such as the National Treasury, NEMA.
These national agencies will soon start channeling money through the county climate change funds.
It's different in every country. Make a point of figuring out where the money is in yours. Private sector, NGOs, civil society, university and research institutions also disburse funds. You have every right to access these funds. Climate change unequally affects poor people in low-income communities, and so there can be no climate justice without access to these funds. Join others in creating community projects eligible for climate funding and start holding your leadership accountable. Climate change is real. It's time we share the benefits and burdens of climate change equally by asking loudly and clearly, where is the climate money?
So, where is the climate money? I hope you all enjoyed that really simple animation that broke down a really complex theme into literally a couple of minutes and left you with a little smile as well and a big question. And I think that's what we're all about today. We are asking and simplifying things. And there's no simple answer to anything about climate change, and that's why we're really glad to have with us Dr. John Kitui. And Dr. John Kitui, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are counting on you, actually. We're counting on you to just, present the context, to simplify it, just the context of resource allocation to communities, to climate finance. And I love the response when we reached out to you. And I think your response was, hang on, am I really a climate expert in that sense? And that's exactly why you're the perfect person to help us really understand and demystify some of these things. So welcome.
Thank you.
Maybe I could start by asking you a really simple question, and that is, why? Why do we have to look at this through a social justice lens? What does that even mean? Like, why?
So I think overall it's been agreed that the people who've caused climate change are not people who are suffering the consequences. African countries and all development countries in the south are suffering the consequences of climate change that has been caused by gas emissions or companies that are emitting greenhouse gases in other countries. So the social justice element there has been the people who've caused a lot of harm on climate should be able to support the adaptation of the victims, especially communities who are facing droughts or who just are not able to harvest things as they've done before. So that's kind of the overall social justice element. There's an element where in Paris they agreed, for example, that by 2020 they would be raising about $100 billion to go towards climate finance.
100 billion?
Yes.
It sounds like a lot.
It sounds like a lot, but it was meant to go support, from a social justice perspective, people who are suffering the impact from an adaptation perspective to be able to adapt to climate change in the South.
But there's just a lot of gaps in this. You know, it sounds really easy the way, you know, I feel like, why not? You know, okay, I think that there are countries that have the money, that caused much of this, there are countries that don't. Why can't it just happen? What are the gaps? What are the things stopping it happen? Why isn't finance flowing the way that we'd easily expect it to flow?
So there are many reasons. So when you look at, Oxfam has published a report on climate finance, shadow report in 2020 that looked at how much of that $100 billion has been raised. And in 2017-2018, it's only 59.9 billion that have been reported by the development countries to have been mobilized towards the 100 billion financing. But the global climate financing is very complex, and it's become overly complex because of the mechanisms and everything else. And because of that complexity, we end up with, from a complex perspective, what you can call wicked problems. So there's a lot of accounting problems, there's a lot of misreporting. When you look at the Oxfam's report, it shows like out of the 59.5 billion, probably actually about 19 to 22.5 billion is actually the money that is coming south. When you discount the interest rates that are charged on concessional loans, for example, when you look at the amount of climate financing that is tagged on other projects, so you can do a coal power plant and then put in there some mitigation and charge 50% of that money towards climate financing. So there is a lot of games that are being played, and that money is not flowing to where it is needed. And the little that is coming is not actually reaching the communities in the first place. So we could say probably from the global level it comes to national level, but how much of that is actually going to smallholder farmers to finance adaptation to climate change? How much of that is going towards reforestation and rehabilitation of degraded forest? How much of that is going to finance greening of energy, greening of transport, greening of livelihoods, greening of transportation, like, so for example, roads and everything else? So that money is not trickling down to where it is needed the most. And I think that for me, that's the biggest challenge that the global climate financing faces.
Whoa, and I mean, I can imagine it because there are all these, when you talk about the accounting and the taxes that's the kind of thing that I think almost makes these climate conversations difficult to even enter or put a toe into. But the way you've explained it really breaks it down and clarifies why, despite asking where the climate money is, it's not even an easy question to answer, right?
It is not, and partly because also of the lack of transparency on the finance flows or the cash flow itself. So, for example, there's a lot of reporting both within the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, but also there are mechanisms, for example, bilateral between governments in the north and in the south of climate flows, but there's lack of accountability. So the Oxfam shadow report on climate finance, for example, indicated that out of the $59.5 billion that was reported as climate finance, about 40% comes as non-concessional loans. We don't know what interest, we don't know where they're going, we don't know how much interest is charged onto that. Only about 20% goes out as grants to countries and goes out as grants down to community level or to investors in greening technologies, for example. So the lack of transparency itself also makes it very, very difficult to track where the climate financing also goes. But also on the reporting element, on what donors are reporting to, contributing towards, there's also a lot of lack of detail on what really constitutes climate financing itself. So there's a lot of what is called climate financing that does not constitute climate financing. So climate financing is supposed to go towards either climate mitigation or climate adaptation work. So if you want to shift from non-renewable energy to more renewable energy, those are some of the things that it's supposed to be financing. But there are funds that are reported as climate finance that are actually financing climate harming interventions. So we call it greenwashing interventions. So if you want to cut down forest and plant palm oil, you can actually call it regenerative agriculture. You can stamp the word sustainability on anything, or sustainability plastic production, and you will get climate financing, and it will be labeled as climate financing, despite that being climate harming itself. And so with some of the reforms that have to happen is that what is actually attributed to climate financing has to actually be audited and be seen to be going towards more regenerative interventions or initiatives, as opposed to just funding and greenwashing what has traditionally been very planet-harming human activity.
I think even before we do that deep dive onto the cost of, transforming green economy and greenwashing and so on, maybe I could also ask, because there seem to be a lot of historical factors as well. I don't want to always go back to colonialism, but surely things like, colonialism and race and all those things must perhaps also play a part in all of this?
Yeah, so I think the social injustice element is, it's when you look at Africa or other developing countries, and let's focus really on Africa. So it's been 50 years, maybe 60 years of independence, and so we seem to have won the political self-rule, but a lot of economic activity that happens on the continent is really driven by Western economies. So you look at the extractive industry, for example, in many countries, the extractive industry contributes immensely to the harm on the climate, whether it's in the oil and gas, for example, and how many companies are exploring oil and gas, despite us knowing that it's climate harming. And most of these companies that are doing all this are Western countries. So we've really never decolonized our extractive industries. We've never really decolonized our agriculture. As Africans, we've always practiced regenerative agriculture. Our grandparents practiced regenerative agriculture, the concept of food forests, the concept of mixed cropping. But our agriculture is now dominated by companies that sell chemicals that are killing our ecologies. We have herbicides that are being promoted now. We are promoting monoculture that is completely anti-planet as well. And I think for me, we need to decolonize our agriculture a bit as well, in the sense that we have to shift away from monoculture, overuse of pesticides, overuse of herbicides and other chemicals that are causing all the ecocides that we're doing, the disappearance of our rich ecologies, and go back to more regenerative ways of farming, more use of food forest concepts. There's new methods like permaculture, for example. There is ways of growing that does not harm the planet and does not harm other forms of life on the planet. And I think for me that's very, very, very important. The other element that I think is very crucial for us to appreciate is the centrality of us as human beings vis-a-vis other lives. And I think it's centering man or centering human beings it's itself a problem, because we look at other lives as a means to our end, as a means to our becoming billionaires, as a means to our own economic enrichment, and that contributes to a lot of harm that we do to other people, but also to other forms of life. So human beings have to change to be more symbiotic in the way that we live, in the way that we produce, but equally in the way that we consume.
Right. So there are all kinds of costs, to this.
Yes.
Right. There are costs that come with, adaptation and mitigation investments. Maybe you could expand a little bit more about the kind of costs.
So when we talk about climate financing, I think as I mentioned, we expect that climate financing will meet some of these costs, like I'm talking about mitigation and adaptation. And it's simple things like smallholder farmers who were used to planting every year that they would harvest with the droughts, that they're able to adapt to that as well. That requires resources. We are talking about shifting from non-renewable dirty energy to more clean energy. That requires resources to financing as well. We talk about moving to more active transport. As African countries will require resources, for example, to finance building roads that allow people to cycle. So in Kenya, we would want to see many people cycling, but I think we've all seen people who've been killed on the roadside because there's just no cycling lanes, or even if they are cycling lanes,
Or
now
they
are
start
dominated.
and then they don't take you to where you want to get to.
Exactly. So all those costs needs to be funded, and some of this climate financing has to go towards that adaptation of our transport and our agriculture, and those communities have to have access to that as well. We have to think of alternative livelihoods that are not planet harming, and so the shift from the planet harming methods of production and consumption to more sustainable ways also require resources. But having said that, I think it's also important to say that there's also a behavioral element that does not actually require finance. So I think sometimes we can be so focused on finance that we miss out on some of the decisions we can make as human beings without resources.
Like maybe I don't want to walk to the shops.
You have
Maybe
to
I
walk
don't want to
exactly,
cycle.
Exactly. You think that you have to drive to the next shopping mall. We don't need to. We can walk to some of these places. The use of plastic bottles as well. As human beings, you don't require any funds to stop to just make a decision not to use single-use plastics, whether it's carry bags or water bottles, and shift towards glass, for example, or other methods of long, reusable plastics as opposed to single-use
I think
plastics.
what was really amazing as we talk about behavior, for as long as we can remember, we were also used to having our dozens of plastic bags after every round of shopping.
Yes.
And just like that, with the policy change, it was a little uncomfortable for a few days, and suddenly we were all used to not receiving dozens of plastic bags every time we went shopping.
Yeah, that's amazing, and I think that's the power of government, the coercive power of government to make people behave in a way that is more friendly to the planet. But the question is, why couldn't just people do it without the lobbying in place? For example, in countries where there are no laws against plastics, single-use plastics, why can't people just make a decision that I will not use single-use plastics themselves? So it brings me as well that people have to make a choice. Because, sometimes we are focused on the planet being in danger. By the way, the planet is not in danger at all. If the planet heats up in a way that it cannot sustain life, it will continue being here as planet Earth. And the people themselves, we human beings, are the ones on trouble. If a cooking pot is on fire, and you have a frog inside and it's eating, the frog should not worry that the cooking pot is on fire. The cooking pot is fine. We as human beings are the ones, if we don't adapt, if we don't change our ways of production, but also the consumption element, I think we'll end up in trouble. This planet, maybe in a million years again,
You're
it will
right.
have gone through
Without
another
a trace of us.
evolution and reforestation, and there'll be another species. And our story will be told of the extinct humans who heated the planet out into extinction. So I think it's us who are in trouble. The planet is absolutely fine. So it's our behaviors as well that has to be critical. So we don't have to always focus on the finance element. The finance is very, very critical, but I think there's plenty of things we can do from a livelihood perspective, from a consumption perspective, that need no resources. It just needs our own personal, our own human cost and ability to bear those costs in terms of time or just choices we make.
Well, and maybe as we sort of begin to kind of wrap up, I can ask you just if there's any other words about maybe, even as, finance is not everything, are there any other effective channels we can speak about and any risks we need to be thinking about, whether it's, I don't know, these things that we don't like to speak of, greed and elitism and all of that. Anything in that direction?
So I think, first of all, is just to say that we have to make climate finance reach where the people are. I think for me, that's probably the most important thing. We have to localize it. We have to make sure it is accessible to both women. We have to make it gender responsive. We have to make it accessible. And I think for me, that's the most critical bit. And the world will be going to Glasgow in November in the COP26. And I think for me, some of the issues that have to be discussed is how to do the reforms within the global climate financing so that actually finance flows, not only to African countries, but it leaves the national level and goes to the local level and is accessible to communities. And most of them has to be grants. So I think for me, that's important. The second element then, I think it's about the need for us as human beings to shift away from what I call the greed capitalism. And greed capitalism is wanting to be a billionaire at all costs. So at the cost of other human beings, at the cost of the planet, at the cost of everything really. It's I, me, and myself. So the individualism that has been promoted by greed capitalism. And I think capitalism gets a very bad rap. It's greed that's a problem. Capitalism is fine. It's a greed that is a problem. If we got green capitalism that lives alongside socialism or socialist or collective solutions, then I think for me we will be a step ahead. So as finances come to people, it comes to entrepreneurs, then the choice has to be made that we will invest this money in climate sustaining, in climate regenerating interventions. And I think greed is what makes us greenwash planet harmful interventions. If you're doing monocropping, even if you throw the word regenerative there, even if you throw the word sustainable, it is not sustainable. It is not regenerative. If we use a lot of pesticides and herbicides on our farms and everything else, you can label it everything else to get climate financing. It is not planet friendly. If we are harming other lives, we're not climate sustainable. So I think for me, the important thing is that yes, we can talk about finances reaching the people, but the challenge also is to the people also to make decisions that are climate just, that promote the climate sustainability, as opposed to greenwashing planet harmful
That's a
human
totally
activity.
new term for me, greenwashing. I've never, I've definitely learned that today. And a lot of other things. And I think this was just the perfect way to begin today, the second day. I think you've taken some really complex themes and you've just broken them down really simply and really elegantly. And this opens the whole day to a whole bunch of other wonderful panels and discussions on this really, really great foundation. So thank you.
Thank you, Judy, for having me. It was my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We were hearing there are climate change, there will be issues, sun it will be very hot, it will be this way, water will be this way. But then, one day, people started noticing changes. When they started planting, they were not getting anything. This river will be completely bare. There will be nothing, absolutely. A single water passing like this one at this time of the month, no. It was completely dry, completely stones only, and nothing else. We must be very careful. We must care and try to ask why has the weather changed? And how do we survive then when things go like this one? So we said, now what do we do? Write a proposal. That was the answer from the ADSC. I went, sat down with my committee, my secretary, 2 or 3 days, writing, correcting, doing this kind of thing, consulting. What is a good proposal? How many people will benefit from this particular given project? How many schools? How many households? How many livestock, goats and sheep and goats? And any other? How is it going to change the lives of the people? We call the community agreed, yeah, we are very, very, very much happy if we could be constructed the sun dam here. So we exhausted everything. Then we took it to the ADC's office. Unfortunately, there was no legislation for us to do those kind of development. Now what do we do? So we had a lot of discussion there. We discussed it actually there. We discussed for about 2 or 3, 4 months discussing that thing until the county government realized, and they could see, so actually there was a point about climate change these people are talking about. So after some time now, that is back in 2016, a legislation, the county assembly put it down that yes, this one is now going to be, they discussed, they passed. And then it was put over the radios that Makueni County government is the first in the country to put down a climate change legislation. We agreed to form a county climate change fund board. It was created so that some kind of money could be allocated without request. It is there automatic. Then they agreed on 1%. So that the money comes where? Comes to who? Who is going to make sure that 1 million, that kind of thing. Because every ward is given 1 million. Everybody, I do not know why, is trying to skip finances. Without talking about financing as far as climate change is concerned, you continue talking about adaptation and resilient, talk about adaptation and resilient. People should need to be told to understand the effects, the changes, the effects of climate change, the issue, that the changes which are coming. And this one cannot be done without money. So we must, and it must, and not only me and then my committee, and other particular person must talk about financing of the issues of climate change. I've never seen any money of climate change other than this one of the county government. And even if it is being talked elsewhere, we don't know where. Otherwise, no communication has ever been done to us. That's even the global something, or the national government, or what one. There has been that kind of communication. Funds being released, trickling down to where we are. With availability of water to the people, people have now changed very well. That time which was being wasted for the people to go and look for water is now done away with, because water is very near.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on the part of the world you're joining us from. We are happy to be here today to talk about climate finance, but importantly, to ask the question, where is the climate money? And I am joined by an interesting panel, but before we get into the heart of the conversation, I'd want us to remember that climate change is experiential, so art plays a role in this discussion. I would want to hand it over to Billy, who will introduce us to the Art in Action team, and we'll be back here to discuss the core of the matter. Billy, please. Right, before we do Billy and the Art in Action team, I would want to just get back to the panel, the interesting panelists I have on board here with me, and I would want to give them a second actually, per person to introduce themselves. Maybe start with you, Selina, from my right far.
Thank you very much, Julius, and thank you very much for this opportunity. And good morning, or good night, maybe, for people from wherever they are calling from. My name is Selina Chesarem Sanu, and I'm the Head of Programs for the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance.
Thank you, Selina. Michael.
Good morning, everyone. It's exciting to be here today to discuss this important matter on climate finance. My name is Michael Okok from the National Environment Trust Fund, otherwise known as NETFund.
Thank you so much, Lydia.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are watching from. My name is Lydia Muidia. I work for the Anglican Development Services Eastern, and I mobilize communities in Lower Eastern Kenya for climate action.
Thank you so much, Lydia. We'll be joined also by one of our colleagues virtually, who will let introduce himself once we get there. Again, my name is Julius Mbatia. I'm your moderator for this session, a climate activist, but at the same time, I coordinate a youth platform called Youth for SDGs Kenya. Art in Action, Billy, I hope we are with you now. We good? We can do this.
You ready?
Right, we would want to carry on and we'll bring Billy and the Art in Action team just a few minutes after this. And I'm seeing our colleague joining us also virtually. Bona Michael Okumu, would you please introduce yourself from your end? To you, Michael Okumu.
Yeah, thank you, Julius, and thank you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm made to understand the people who would be in other time zones. Good wherever you are. My name is Michael Okumu from the Climate Change Directorate of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in Kenya. I handle issues of climate change negotiations as well as climate finance at the Directorate, and I'm very glad to be on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. And we would want to, again, keep up with the discussion. We can bring back the Art in Action team once alerted, once we're set. But we would want to now have the discussion. What is the heart of this conversation and why it? And we, all of us, understand that it's normally discussed in policy spaces, policy meetings, policy corridors. And we want to do it today with the public. We want to understand where the climate money is. To you, Michael Okumu, where is this money? What exactly are we talking about as climate money? Just to ask you that question to help us decipher this. So we can't hear you, Michael. Could you unmute?
Sorry, those are the challenges of this virtual interactions. Yeah, I'm saying that is a very interesting and important question to ask, especially to such a forum, because the Bible says somewhere that money answereth all things, and therefore when people are able to access money, they have maybe answers to most of their problems. Well, maybe let me start by saying that we call this climate finance purely because, or simply because this is money that is intentionally to address climate change adaptation, that is to reduce vulnerabilities and the negative impacts of climate change to vulnerable communities and groups, or to address climate change mitigations, in which case it is to reduce emissions or to sequester carbon so as we mop up the greenhouse gases from the environment, or both. So this kind of definitions are what we call the real markers that helps us to be able to clearly delimit the difference between climate finance and development financing, because sometimes it's easy to confuse the two. So in brief, yes, climate finance is for those purposes. And this particular real markers clearly states that when you are talking of climate finance in a project or a program, it has to be explicitly stated in the objective of the program or project, not just things coming as a by the way, but something that was intentional. The project was intentionally meant to address either the adaptation or the mitigation. So in a nutshell, it is money. I get your second question is where this money is.
Before we even come to that question.
If I got you well, Julius?
That's true, but before we even get into that, thank you for actually unpacking what climate money intentionally set aside money to support climate action, adaptation, mitigation. We were going to have that conversation in detail. Before that, I would want to welcome our colleagues at In Action. Billy, I take it to you. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. This is the Art in Action section or segment, and I have a fantastic team of illustrators who are also very, very keen on where the climate action money is. And what they're going to be doing, Julius, is they're going to be listening to your conversation. They're going to be conversing with you. Only in this case, what they're doing is they're curating their experience. They're curating what they're hearing. They're curating what the discussion and where the direction the discussion is going. And within this period of time, they will be interpreting, only as an artist can, how the conversation is headed. And we're looking forward to seeing what it is their interpretation and communication is going to be. So I'd like to introduce my panel of fantastic illustrators. I have with me Victor Ndula, who is a digital illustrator. I also have Celeste Wamiru, also a digital illustrator. And I have Olonde Omondi, who is illustrating by hand. And each one of them fantastic at their craft, each one of them very climate conscious and very keen in the discussion. Let's look forward to what they have to present. So they will be hard at work, even as you are. Back to you, Julius.
Thank you so much, Billy, and the Art in Action team. And thank you also, Michael, for coming in and just telling us what exactly climate finance is. Lydia, you are at the community level. How important is money when you think about the climate change problem?
Thank you, Julius. I would say that money is very important because when we do vulnerability assessments and we do our planning, we look at what can be available internally and what we require externally. And when we look at what we require externally, it's the bulk of the amount that we require for climate actions at the county level.
Wait, so we need that money at the community level?
Yes, we need it like yesterday.
Because people are suffering and are going through problems due to climate change.
Yes, they are suffering because in the olden days we used to see like drought coming after like 10 years, but now we are seeing it every other season. So without climate finance, there's a real problem.
So they need it. Michael, let me just get to you. Is this money really there, Michael from NetFund? Where is this money?
Thank you, Julius. I think that would be, I thought maybe Michael Kum would have addressed that. But quickly, I will just say that it is a fact that Kenya is receiving very limited amount of climate finance. While you had those billion commitments and the $59 billion that has been contributed into the global kitty, of that, very little amount is getting into the country. And therefore, it is kind of limited or hard to access. But there are agencies or actors, I would say, that are trying to bring this money closer home. So that it can be accessed by various communities at the local level. For example, tapping into GCF, we have our National Environment Management Authority, which is accredited to access the GCF money directly. That is how Kenya can access these monies directly. But then there's also a challenge on our side as local communities in accessing it in terms of capacity to access that money. Because there's an element of ability to design programs or concepts that tap into these flows, and also just the capacity to write. And of course, on one hand, I would also put it into the difficult conditions and complexity of the nature of concepts and proposals that are required to access the money. So it's both sides. We need to enhance our capacity to access it, and on the other hand, those complexities need to be a little bit simplified.
Okay, thank you so much. You've talked about money flowing. Bwana Michael Okumu, just coming back to you, where is this money flowing from? Who is actually providing this money for us to talk about communities being able to even access this money? Bwana Michael.
Thank you very much, Julius. And I very much agree with what my namesake, Mr. Okok, has just said there. Well, the money is there. Well, most difficult part to believe. And let me say, by definition, from what I defined climate finance is as, we normally tend first and foremost to look so much from externally. But if we look at it even from internal sources, the domestic sources, you will find that even within your pocket you have climate finance. It only depends on what you decide to do with that money. So we can have also what we call domestic private sources, which is in the pockets of each and every one of us. When you intentionally use that money to ensure that you or people around you are more resilient to the impacts of climate change, or when you use that money to ensure that you reduce emissions or sequester carbon, or both, first and foremost, you have that money in your pocket and you will have achieved the goals of the UNFCCC. So that is, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to call domestic private sources. So we have money in our pockets. How we use it determines whether or not it is climate money. But we also have public sources, money that is actually allocated from the budget that is to address issues of climate change. That is what I could, you may allow me to call that to be domestic public sources. That is your tax being channeled to address climate change issues. So that is also a source of finance. But apart, over and above that, we have the channel that we so much talk about. That is the external sources, the international sources. That is, we have, of course, under the UNFCCC, we have what we call the finance mechanism, under which we have the GCF, the JEF, the Adaptation Fund, the special
Sorry, we seem to have technical challenges on the side of Michael, but he's given us a glimpse of exactly what climate money is and what kind of form it takes within the global space, international financing, and also the domestic level, which could be our own budget allocated to climate change action. Just to ask you, Lydia, for the sake of the community person down at the local level, how have communities accessed this money? Have they actually seen this money?
Thank you, Julius. At the community level, especially in Makueni and Kitui counties, there's a mechanism that has been developed, and it's stipulated in the climate change regulations. It is stipulated that for the community to get the climate finance, they have to do a participatory vulnerability assessment, and they also assess their capacity to implement some of the actions. And in these actions, they have to show that they are supporting climate resilience. The interventions are bringing unity to the community, and then they also have to present their proposal to the County Climate Change Planning Committee, which now recommends the money to go to the ground. We have done some projects using this mechanism, and we've seen communities benefiting from climate finance. They've done their priority interventions like mega sand dams, earth dams, rock catchments, and also distribution of existing borehole water. So we have seen communities benefiting from climate finance because they also do a simple theory of change. When they get the water, what else should they do? So they get into utilizing the water like in doing irrigation, and we've seen some of them accumulating a lot of income from the small businesses that they do after utilizing the water. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lydia. And you've really unpacked what exactly happens at the community level, community members getting to decide what they really want to do to deal with the climate problem. And then they're able to get some money from a fund you mentioned. And looking at it from a regional level, Salina, coming to you, we have had this discussion about it being difficult for people, for countries in the global south to access climate finance, climate money from global climate change funds, from other sources. What exactly is the problem? Why is it that we are not accessing this money?
Thank you very much, Julius, for that. And I'm really glad we're talking about this. And also glad to hear that at least in the kitty now we have about 59 billion, as Michael has put it, and glad also that we're accessing a bit also at the grassroots level. But I must say that the figures that we have, I think we have almost about 100 billion for the global that we needed. But you can see from what Michael is saying is that we only have now 59 in the kitty. So there is there's still a problem in fulfilling the commitments that were met. If I can go back to what Okumu was saying, and this, the different sources, you have different sources and also allocations, which have stayed at the level of rhetorics and are just estimates. So from the public sources, we are told about 21 billion. When you look at the private sources, about 55 billion. Those are the estimates. And when you look at of the carbon markets, about 2 billion, and also the multilaterals, about 20 billion. That is almost giving you about 100 billion or so, and now we have only 59. So I'm saying that there is a problem with that. And what is the problem? When you look at it actually from where I sit and where we work, there are very stringent regulations that are making it very difficult for people, especially in the global south, to access money. So special requirements, there are policies, regulations, there are strategies that are not easily understood and made user-friendly for people to access those things very easily. And the next thing is that I want to talk about is also the requisite data for people to understand what is happening. And GCF is a clear example of that. Then you have the high upfront costs for skills and for infrastructure development, institutional strengthening. GCF, again, is a very good example. And even when you look at the adaptation fund itself, that is a case, that's a good example to use in this. And to come back to what Lydia was saying, at the grassroots, the institutions at the grassroots, if we're looking at indigenous people, we're looking at women groups. These are institutions that do not have the capacities to develop bankable proposals to access these monies. So, and yet, they are the ones bearing the brunt of climate injustices. You would think that the people who cause the most damage are the ones that should really be putting more money in the kitty to support those people. So in short, it is really the developed countries that are accessing much more than we are in the global south in countries like Kenya. Thank you.
That's a really interesting perspective, Salina. You brought about, and this was also mentioned in the opening, that there is a commitment which goes way back in 2009 in Copenhagen, where developed countries are supposed to provide on an yearly basis $100 billion. And as you say, they are falling short of their commitment. At the same time, at the community level, colleagues are asking about how much more do we really need to ask for this money. So we need more money, that's what you're saying, but there's a commitment somewhere that is not being fulfilled. So this money flows, as you said again. Bwana Okumu, I want to bring you in if you are okay technically, and just want to ask you, how in this country does this money get to play out? So how much, for example, have we received, if you can look at the climate finance landscape, and how much is going to maybe adaptation, which should support vulnerable communities, and mitigation, if you compare, is there a discrepancy? Bwana Michael Okumu, I hope you are online, you are able to be up. All right, so he will be coming back shortly. He's not yet up. But for us to continue with the discussion, would want to take it to you, Bwana Mike Okok, again, NetFund. So the communities are saying, and also Selina is saying, that there are stringent measures and that they have to do, for example, proposals which are problematic. If you look at their demand, what do we need to do to support communities? Can we really change this trajectory?
Thank you, Julius. How to address this question about accessing climate finance at the community level? I think, and I do believe that a lot of work has to be done at the global scale to simplify those processes, number one. Because if you look at the process, I can imagine if an organization as huge as ours, for example, cannot easily access those funds, you have to pass through a accredited entity, and the accredited entity has to, submit these proposals to GCF, for example. It is very difficult now for a very local, community organization. So we need to find ways of advocating first to make sure that access is much easier, the process is shortened, and of course the process of reviewing of these proposals, the timeline that it takes needs to be addressed. But most importantly, there's need for capacity building at the local level. How do we bring in local communities and build their capacity to design programs, to do proposals? How do we link them up with climate finance streams, whether bilaterals, whether multilaterals, whether with foundations or whoever is offering these opportunities? Also, there's need for just local linkages with even local banks. At the moment, KCB, for example, having been accredited, is actually designing, developing pipelines of projects. How many community organizations are submitting their proposals there? It's quite, I'm very sure the number will be very low because they don't have that capacity. So let's invest in building that capacity, and again, awareness. Our local communities even aware of these opportunities. So that awareness, capacity building really needs to be invested in by both government and development partners and all actors, civil society organizations. They can help do this.
Thank you so much for that. Let me come to you, Lydia. You have talked about how communities in your county have actually accessed this money. Were there challenges, to be honest? Or did you just have communities go to the county government and were given money? Is it that easy? What were the challenges? What did you do about them?
Thank you, Julius. I would say that it wasn't very easy because they have to do the vulnerability assessments, which is a participatory process taking like 5 days.
And what is this vulnerability assessment? Is it what is it exactly? What does it do in a nutshell?
Okay, it's like a community appraisal to understand where they are in terms of climate change vulnerabilities and what options are there for them to address those vulnerabilities. And so it's a process that requires some facilitation. And then once they do the vulnerability assessments, then they come up with they prioritize the interventions, and they have to come up with a proposal which they present to the County Climate Change Planning Committee. The proposals are simple, and there's a guideline. So it requires just somebody to take them through, and they are able to fill it in. So the challenge, I would say, is that with the vulnerability assessments, we've been seeing like a community coming up with 10 interventions, but the available amount is only for 1 or 2 projects. So there's a challenge of financing. The counties are not able to meet all the priorities that come out. And again, I would also say that the coordination requires a bit of strengthening, because if we are working like in Kitui, 40 wards, then it means that somebody has to move up and down, and the climate change actors have to coordinate so that there is no duplication, and that they are doing it in the same way. So the other challenge is about the capacity to do this kind of work. Most of the counties do not have staff or rather personnel to do the vulnerability assessments and also the proposal development. So those are some of the challenges.
Thank you, Lydia. What you're saying is the infrastructure at the community level is present. Yes. And we are working on strengthening it. Definitely we need to overcome the challenges, but again, the money is still not as available, as insufficient as we would want it. I would want to come back to you, Bwana Michael Okumu, and thank you and we are happy you're back, actually. So, in Kenya, and we had a landscape finance report being released by Treasury this year. How much money is really coming to this country to support climate action?
Well, first and foremost, I'm very, very sorry for dropping off. These are the challenges of this virtual, the virtual environment that COVID has put us into. But all in all, I don't know, I said so many things before I realized I was talking alone. So I don't know where I left, but I was simply trying to convince us to be always looking at what we have.
Sorry, we seem to be losing you, Michael. Your sound is missing. I think we can come back to you again.
Sorry. I had not unmuted.
Please, welcome back. We understand. Welcome back. You can carry forward.
Okay. Thanks a lot. I was saying that, first of all, I said I'm sorry. Dropped off. I thought it without realizing that I was offline. And I said many things, so I ought to have said. But in a nutshell, I was trying to convince all of us, first and foremost, that we have much finance in our pockets, accounts, and projects, whatever. How we use it or how we allocate it to address this climate change goal is what now determines it is just finance or it is climate finance. And I outlined that we also have same scenario at the national government. How they allocate determines whether or not it is climate finance or not. Went ahead and tried to outline the financing under the finance mechanism of where we have the Green Climate Fund, the GCF, the GEF, as well as the Adaptation Fund, and so on.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. And I hope we are not losing you again soon. But just to come back again.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think we have. Can you hear us, Michael? But we'll get back to you again to to ask another question, but just to come back to...
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. We'll come back and take your points because we've had a bit of challenge from your end. But just to come back to you, Michael Okok, we have seen, for example, in this country that money has flowed from the report that we were just referencing, and we had the technical hitch with Sir Okumu, that finance has come, yes, but most of the money is not even going to supporting adaptation. Adaptation, which is the priority of this country. Most of the money is going to support mitigation, looking at how to cut greenhouse gas emissions. Why the discrepancy? Why is it difficult to support adaptation from a researcher's perspective?
First of all, we must acknowledge that the owners of the money don't care about the adaptation. They are more industrialized, so they would rather invest in reducing emission, but also at the same time, they are more advanced in the assets that are required to adapt, so they really not feel the threat of adaptation. And consequently, the money they avail, they say is for mitigation. So what do? We prepare programs targeting mitigation because we want to access that money. So that is one reason why you see a lot of that money going to mitigation than adaptation. Also, there's that belief that let's focus on mitigation, let's focus on abating, sequestering carbon, and they think that African countries or even the global south in totality has that potential. So they will rather put money to do afforestation and everything, but because the impacts of climate change are very personal, so they really affect us and they don't feel it. Yeah. So basically, for me, that's why I think there's a lot of money in mitigation and little in adaptation. Another thing is that it is easier to put figures in mitigation. Yeah. It's easier to put figures in mitigation where you just say, we have abated this amount of tonnage of CO2 equivalent, but how do you quantify adaptation? So demonstrating value for money in that particular aspect has been very difficult in programming for climate change actions. So that's what I think.
Interesting perspective there. And just to come back to you, Okumu, at the global level, don't we really have a way to check that adaptation is not left behind when providing finance, when developed countries are providing finances to the global south, the developing and vulnerable countries? Is there a way to check this?
Sorry, I lost part of your question, but what you're trying to ask is whether or not there's an ensuring balance between adaptation and mitigation finance at the...
Exactly.
Yeah, so let me say that in principle, under the UNFCCC or under the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC, there should be parity between adaptation finance and mitigation finance. But unfortunately, as Mr. Okok has clearly elaborated, the problem has been that there is more interest in the mitigation bit of it, and the reasons is that one, it is easier to quantify and verify facts and figures. It is easier, therefore, to commoditize mitigation actions as opposed to adaptation actions. But in a nutshell, yes, there is a very, very clear understanding at the global level that adaptation funding should be 50%, mitigation funding should be 50%. But there has been a lot of conditionalities even put to some of us who really want to access adaptation funds, because the process of access is so tedious and reticulate that sometimes you realize that even a project that you have proposed now that is very, very feasible to be implemented in the next 1 or 2 years cannot receive those funds until after, say, 5 or so years, because of the process of accessing the money itself, developing the proposal, first with the concept note, then the proposal, and doing several studies before you can be able to get your hands to the finance. So there's a lot anyway that is happening at the global level. And the problem is just there has been no goodwill regarding finance from the West. I mean, from the Annex 1 country.
Thank you so much, Okumu. There has been no goodwill coming through in regard to finance. And at the same time, there are issues when you talk about accessing that money. And I would want to come to Selina, who is in the civil society sector. What exactly should we do? I mean, you have all these issues. What do you think we should do to overcome these challenges?
So, thank you. It's an interesting question. Let me first of all start with, let me go back a little bit to 2015, the finance conference in Addis Ababa. The international community made it very clear to the countries of the global south to go home and do domestic resource mobilization. We were asked to do that. We were told that there was no more public funds. The money was in the hands of the private sector and in the pockets of the philanthropists. So they made it very clear. Now, Mike is talking about, they tell us, take this money and do this and not do this. It is someone else's money. And as long as you continue accessing someone else's money, it is going to come with conditions. You and I, we were in Madrid for COP25. And we as Africa, we put two things on the table. We said adaptation. That is what we are going for. And we also said we are a continent with special needs and special circumstances. But I think the problem is at the level of our African group of negotiators. What are they saying? What do they need to be able to put to the table for them to be able to be heard and for them to be able to negotiate and actually come with a 50-50 instead of being imposed on by people because it is their money. So I think that we start with there. Our African group of negotiators, they need to negotiate well. Now, coming back to the things that Mike was also talking about, we need to look at capacities. Capacity building is critical, not only for the grassroots, as Lydia is talking about, but also for us as civil society. We are currently implementing a project, a GCA project in 10 countries in Africa, where the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is the node that is facilitating this, and it's about CSO readiness. And we've just realized it's critical. We've developed a toolkit that I really want to bring to the attention of people to look at it and see how can we build the capacities of civil societies and also capacities of communities for them to be able to access these funds. We've also done a survey very recently that is showing to us those vulnerabilities that Lydia is talking about. What is coming out? What are the problems and what needs to be done? And we're seeing a lot. Lack of capacities is coming out as a very critical area of work. And then you have also issues of gender inequalities where women access less because women have no capacities to be able to develop these bankable proposals. And then there are so many. We are just trying to analyze the data right now. And it's good to look at that because it will help us understand what we need to do best. And we've developed a TOT for training also at community level to support communities to understand these processes. raise their awareness and also to be able to assist them. So actually, let's look back at ourselves and say, what should we do? Starting from our African group of negotiators, our capacities as civil society to hold our governments accountable, and how much are we doing at the community level regarding capacity building and awareness raising? Yes.
Interesting perspectives there. So we have a problem. We have to also look from within and reflect on, can we actually curate solutions to these problems? Can we even build our own capacity? And coming to you, Bwana Michael, from NetFund, you are in the research innovation sector, and we know there are so many young people who would want to do something about climate change. They have innovations. How do you really support them to think about solutions? How do you, for example, enable them access financing for climate solutions?
Julius, thank you. Let me get a little bit more specific to NetFund, and then I'll talk about this in general. As NetFund, we recognize and appreciate the difficulties and the challenges that innovators are facing, especially for climate innovation. And in that respect, we designed a program. It's called NetFund Green Innovations Award. And this project, or this program, because it constantly runs, has two particular aspects. Number one is to identify and recognize innovators in this space who are doing something, coming up with social enterprises that are supporting climate adaptation, or innovation and technology that is either going into mitigating climate change or helping communities to adapt. We recognize them, we award them, but most importantly is that we support them to commercialize their innovations. So we give technology support, technical support, and we also build their capacity in entrepreneurship so that they're able to translate their innovation into something that can provide solution and therefore create demand, and people can buy, and therefore increase production and dissemination of such kind of technology. So that's a program that runs. It runs for every 2 years. It's biannual because it takes really a long time to do incubation for these projects. So every cycle we actually advertise this, and innovators apply. We do reviews. We have a team of experts that looks at them and decides which ones are viable for commercialization or for further development. Now, this is in recognition of what we call the valley of death. In innovations, they say when somebody innovates, they are very enthusiastic, they develop the technology, and then it gets to a point when the technology is just ready for the market, they don't know how to get it into the market, so that enthusiasm drops, and they go down, they don't have finances, everything. So at that point, they go down, and we call it the valley of death. It is the point at which innovations get lost. They die. So that's where we are coming in, because we actually give grants. We are like an individual investor, but beyond that, we link them with other investors. There are a number of innovators that we have supported. I'm glad to hear that there was one of them here, John Magiro, who has now formed, is now a director of his own company. And we we actually identified the boy when he was running that hydropower using bicycle rims. The rims. You see? So over time, he's now running actually a power station, a power plant, and supplying, distributing energy. So this is where we come in. And there are other actors. We have Kenya Climate Innovation Center, KCIC, who is also working very hard with climate innovators. There are opportunities like the Kenya National Innovation Agency, which was also established for this very purpose, to support innovators. Of course, for them, they support innovations across all, across the space, but of course, with climate change included.
Interesting, interesting. Thank you very much for that response. So we are building and supporting our homegrown solutions to the climate problem, and also providing financing to them as much as we can. Now, this is an interesting bit of the conversation, because I know we have the entire discourse around, for example, what the global community needs to do, the developed countries for that matter, and what we in the developing countries need to do. But just to diversify this question to you, Lydia, and then also I'll get views from Michael Okumu. What is the place of the general public in the entire of this discourse? I would start with you, Lydia. What is the place of the public? What is the place of the community in this discourse?
Thank you, Julius. I would say that the place of the community is one, at the prioritization of the interventions that have to be undertaken. They have to come up with viable solutions to their issues, so that it's not just top-down, somebody seated somewhere saying, go and do this. So when the communities prioritize their interventions, they really own those processes, and there is huge chance of sustainability, because they'll be able to take care of their baby. And then the other role is advocacy. The communities have to advocate for the issues that they feel can benefit from. Like, for example, in the Lower Eastern region, we have advocacy groups. And these advocacy groups pass their message through folk dance, through poems, mashairi, and they are able to reach out to the topmost leadership. So when we have these advocacy groups within the communities, they are able to voice out the issues that are a thorn in their flesh. And then the other bit is also for the communities to undertake what they are able to undertake in their own capacity. Like, for example, in ensuring that they grow trees that are environmentally friendly to their area, and then also ensuring that they take care of the environment, not to allow people to cut their trees anyhowly, not to allow people to take away sand anyhowly. So there are things that the communities can do in their own capacity, and there are those that they can voice out to the larger leadership. And the other one is to ensure that they connect with climate change actors that are doing climate change work on the ground, and to ensure that they do projects that are really addressing their issues. I'm happy about Makueni, because when people think about a project, they are nowadays thinking of a project that can benefit many people, not like in like 5 years ago, when people used to say, we just want a toilet in our school. So they are looking at bigger projects that can address their issues.
Great, that's a really interesting intervention. Okumu, are there supportive infrastructures, regulations, policies that allow us to take this discourse to the people and have them talk about why they should be part of the climate solution, but also some financing for their solutions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Julius. Let me say that if there is a country that has elaborate policy and legislative framework, it is Kenya. It is said elsewhere that there are some countries that just come and copy-paste Kenyan policies, and they change the name of the country. It is called what? Find and replace. They find their Kenya and replace with the name of their country. Then they go implement it. Then we go later on to benchmark with them. So as regards policy, yes, we have a very, very comprehensive policy and legislative framework that enables climate action in Kenya. Of course, you all know that we started in 2010 by the first National Climate Change Response Strategy that gave birth to the first NCAP, and the first NCAP subsequently gave birth to the Act the policy and to even sectoral policies and so on. So yes, we have a lot of policies and plans that resonate or that enhance or enable climate action in Kenya. Let me point out that down to the county level, it is by law required that even CIDPs and so on integrate or mainstream climate change issues in their plans and so on and so forth. So the infrastructure is very elaborate. And now talking now on climate finance and specifically going down to the grassroots, let me say that we have a very elaborate and ambitious kind of program that we call FLOCA, that is Financing Locally Led Climate Action. This is a program that is being driven by the Climate Change Directorate together with the Climate Finance Unit of Treasury. And currently we are also getting support from World Bank to be able to jumpstart this process. And the aim of FLOCA is basically to ensure that communities or actions at community level are, or communities come up with actions, having analyzed their vulnerabilities, they are able now to come up with proposals that are fundable, that address those particular vulnerabilities at community level. So, well, in a nutshell, yes, there is very elaborate, very elaborate policy infrastructure and all that.
Thank you.
All we need just is action.
Thank you very much for that. I would want to take very quick views. We all understand that the climate COP is coming up in November in Scotland, Glasgow. And climate finance, climate money will be a key issue at that global climate talks on how we should handle the climate change problem. So what would be your messages, colleagues, to the world leaders in a nutshell? Because we've talked about a couple of challenges. We've talked about accessing, we've talked about inadequate finance, we've talked about why we need more money at the community level. So what would be your message, starting with you, Selina?
First of all, we have to be very clear that it happens physically. Because if it's going to happen virtual, we look at Okumu on the screen is having a lot of difficulties talking to us. So it had better be physical so that our messages will go to the right places. So let's start with that. We need it physical. My message actually would be around accountability. Yeah? To say to the global institutions that have made all these promises that come through with your promises. Whatever you committed to, and our advocacy should be around that, around accountability. But I just want to add also that something big that has come here around this discussion is that capacity issue, which I think we need to pay a lot of attention so that the people in Makueni, for example, are not left behind. Nobody should be left. I think that was the spirit. Leave no one behind. And if you don't want to leave no one behind, the message then is that we need the capacities of communities to be built because they cannot hold anybody accountable for something that they do not know about. You hold people accountable for if you understand what the issues are. So for me, those two are very key, accountability and capacity building. I'll leave it at that.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Bonoko, what would be your message?
My message to the global community and world leaders will be that let's stop being selfish. Let's be a little bit liberal with climate finance so that every community, every country can access the funds for their particular climate needs and not for somebody else's needs. That speaks to the question about adaptation money. You know, even if it means ring-fencing a certain amount for adaptation. I think that will be a good way to go.
Interesting. Lydia?
Yes, I would say that first of all, they increase the resources. Because the priorities, or rather the identified interventions are so much vis-a-vis the little amount that is accessed at the community level. We are also saying that it's important that they shorten the processes. Like, for example, if you do a concept or a process this year, we are expecting that it will happen in maybe the following year. But when it takes like 3-5 years, then it doesn't come when it is needed. And then lastly, it's important for those that are giving the money to listen to what we are speaking to them. Because we understand our situation and we know what is best for our country and our region at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okum, what would be your message? And I know you're a policy maker, but what would be your message looking at colleagues in the developed nations, but also at the multilateral level? What would be your message to the world in the upcoming COP26 in Glasgow?
Yeah, my message, interesting anyway. My message to the world is, number one, let's learn from COVID. COVID has taught us that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Huh? So with the climate change, especially some of us that are in very, very vulnerable countries, some people may feel they are safe wherever they are, but the truth is some of these things move slowly across the world. So no one is safe until everyone is safe. So remove the bottlenecks that are put especially towards access of the money. We have a lot of conditions that are put and roadblocks that kind of hinder access of very vulnerable people to climate finance, and yet the people who don't need the finance want like either to hold on to the finance and get good projects and get through other multilateral or other channels, so that somehow they still benefit from the same. So it is my sincere expectation that going into COP26, world leaders, and thank God at least we have a leadership from US that is pro-climate change, that is one plus, but it is not good enough. We need really very, very bold steps from developers. Number one, in climate finance, and number two, in ambition. They can't push us to increase our ambition all the time when they are really doing very little. And if they could only just reduce emissions from their end by just 1 or 2%, that is enough for all of what Africa is emitting as a continent. So, number one, they should show leadership in support, availing the finance, and also in ambition, showing that they are able to do very radical things to be able to cut emissions, global emission. But over and above that, we also have technologies that they are like hoarding that could easily help developing countries to be able to even bypass some of the hurdles that we are having. For instance, if we had better technologies in terms of, say, our farming systems, our energy systems, and so on, we would be able to go very fast in terms of development, enhancing our resilience, and also progressing as far as development is concerned, and at the same time being able to keep emissions low. So our dream is a climate resilient development pathway, but they are really trying to choke it. Moving towards that has been very difficult. We try much, but the impacts around us push us back every time by several miles behind. So thank you, Julius.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all those powerful messages, and I believe they will reach the right audience. And we would want to now see what our Art in Action team has been up to as this discussion has been going on. To you, Billy, what have you been doing?
Well, thank you, Julius. The Art in Action segment has been extremely busy. I mean, they are on the money. And I would think it's only fair that we get to meet our artists and get to know a little bit about them and about what they do. So I'm going to start out here with Victor. So Victor Ndula is predominantly a digital artist, a digital illustrator, and actually a political illustrator. And I think you would want to interact with Victor's portfolio, Victor's work, and just get to see the body of work that he has consistently been putting out. So if we could have that. So in the meantime, I have been observing what Victor has been working on. And Victor essentially has the earth at the consultant's bench. And the earth has gone to see the therapist and has been feeling neglected lately. And I'm just going to say that about that for now because Victor is still hard at work. But Victor, there's only one thing I would need to ask you. If we want to interact with more of your work, are you online? And if you are, how shall we find you and how can we interact with your portfolio?
Yeah, my work is online. I've put my stuff on social media. There's a Facebook page and there's a Twitter handle, as well as Instagram, because then I'm also reaching out to the generation that would spend more time on social media, so they'll be able to see the kind of work I do as well.
Awesome. Yeah. So that's Victor, and that's where you can find his work. It's on social media. Please interact with Victor's work. It's quite a treat. I'm sure you've met Celeste. She was here yesterday, and she delivered quite an interesting and engaging piece. And Celeste is currently working on the Green Climate Fund. I tell you, Julia, she has really interpreted the conversation quite expertly. Celeste, you want to tell us where we can interact with your portfolio online?
Absolutely. My Twitter handle is at Tunes by Celeste, and I'm also on Facebook groups. Just type Cartoons by Celeste. You'll find all my work there.
Oh, are you typing her Twitter handle?
Okay, thank you very much, Celeste. Again, look forward to the big reveal later on as she continues to interpret the conversation from our panelists. And then at this end, I have Olonde with me. Now, he's illustrating with a difference because he is essentially illustrating by hand. And he has been also interpreting the conversation from several different angles and through several different perspectives. You want to work and interact with the work of these illustrators because at the end of the day, they take the very challenging conversations that happen from amongst our panels and package them in a very interesting, visual, multi-dimensional way and communicate that to the public in a way that I think is going to be absolutely unforgettable. Olonde, if we want to interact with your other work, your other body of work, your portfolio elsewhere, where should we go?
First of all, am I on? Yes. My work is online. You can just search Omondi Olonde, but I'm also on Facebook at Modi and Omondi. So you can find my work there. And also, everyone is welcome for a visit. My home is at Katito. So if you are around there, you'll see the work is there. A lot of work I have at home there. So you can be able to see that.
Well, thank you, Olonde. His portfolio is online. His portfolio is also at home, and you are welcome. And I'm sure there's going to be a cup of tea as well. Thank you, Olonde. That's our artist for you. Still hard at work, still waiting for the big reveal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure getting to know the artists and the kind of work they do. And it's really interesting, and we were waiting to see exactly what they come out with from such an amazing discussion. To you, Wanja. Wanja, are you there? We would want to see and hear what colleagues are saying online. Are there any comments, questions that we might need to respond to and to take note of? Wanja, to you.
Yes, hi, Julius. Thank you so much for a great discussion. I would say that the conversations and the comments here are quite lit. So I'm going to get straight to the questions. We have Peter Chemutai, and Peter is asking, how does carbon trading relate to climate finance? So Julius, I'm just going to go through the questions, and then I'll leave you to manage them between the panelists. So that's the first question. The second one, which is a comment really from Game, he says that that climate money isn't trickling down, and those are big facts. And he says, yet I hear all the time there are funds for such work. They are few and far between, and the calls often go under the radar. We have Monica. How can indigenous women in rural areas access climate change finance? Then we have Griffin, who is asking, are there provisions of the climate fund to the effect of dump sites managed by the county governments, and any remedies on how they affect climate in those areas? Then we have Samuel Othiambo, who is asking, how do I access money down in the village? What's the clear structure of the flow of this climate money? And then we have Tony asking, are there qualifications to get this money? And then we have Bob Aston, who is asking, his question is to Michael Okumu. Any update on the operationalization of the National Climate Change Finance? No, of the National Climate Change Fund. And then Tony asks, is a comment actually, what makes it tricky to access and get these funds are the endless protocols. And we have a question here from Nashrat Chowdhury. I hope I say that correctly. What is the role of technology in enabling funding to reach the local level in a more transparent and efficient way? So Julius, those are some of the questions that we have managed to filter, and I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you so much, Wanja. They are coming in hot. These are quite a number of them. And thank you to all the participants for these interesting questions. I would like to just do it quickly. Okum, would you please respond to the carbon trading and finance one, as well as the National Climate Change Fund, operationalization of the fund, I think, and the Climate Change Council, I think. I'm not so sure. You could say something concerning that, and then we can come back to the other panelists in a nutshell.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, and thanks for those very good questions coming from the floor. One is the one on carbon trading, the relationship between carbon trading and carbon finance, and climate finance rather. Well, what we know is that, of course, and this has been most of the discussions today, that it is easier to commoditize mitigation aspects as opposed to adaptation. Carbon finance or carbon trading, if I may put it in a simple way, is simply if you are able to reduce emissions and quantify the much that you are able to reduce, and people, especially developed countries, are able also, or they are, I don't know how to put it in simple terms, but there are those who need to reduce their emissions, but they can't due to maybe economic reasons and so on. And so it is very expensive for them to reduce emission. So as such, they can be able to support somebody elsewhere to do mitigation kind of actions, and this emission reduction in terms of the carbon CO2 equivalents can be translated, quantified, and then they buy it as if they are the ones who have reduced that emission. So basically that is what carbon trading is all about. So that I buy the emissions you have reduced and I give you money for it, you don't account it anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So that is how it comes into climate finance, in the sense that you are able to access that money now to do many things, including climate action. For the adaptation fund specifically, that money from the carbon sale of proceeds of trading is used to implement tangible adaptation actions on the ground. So that is how somehow carbon trading clearly relates to climate finance. Now, there was a question on the operationalization of the climate change fund.
Mm-hmm.
This is an area that has been that has taken quite some time. Reason being that the Climate Change Act and the Climate Finance Act had some conflict, in the sense that the Climate Change Act established the fund, yet the Climate Finance Act says that all funds in Kenya can only be established through the CPMF. The Climate Finance Act is the only act that is able to establish any fund. So as such, the problem that has been there is that there has been back forth between Treasury and the Ministry of Environment, in the sense that it has been the structuring of the fund has been a bit tricky, in the sense that agreeing on who heads what has been a bit tricky, but we are progressing in the sense that we are able to now discuss and agree on how to finalize it. But over and above that, we have the county funds that we have encouraged counties to come up with a replica or kind of a downscaled version of the climate change funds to be able to break the deadlock. Because the truth is that whatever legal challenges there may be in the two acts, it should not prevent the normal mwananchi from accessing climate finance. So
thank you.
That is being addressed, and we are going on very soon. On the Climate Change Council, there has been also a lot of progress, but the only challenge that we had for a long time has been the legal challenge by the civil society on the inclusion of the representative of the civil society in the Climate Change Council. So that court case has been going on for a long time, and that is what actually has impeded the operationalization of the National Climate Change Council. So the civil society is somewhat to blame for that, if I may say it like that. May I say something about the projects? There's been a lot of questions on how this climate money should trickle down to the grassroots.
In half a
unlike
second.
Other monies, climate finance, especially from global sources, can only be accessed through proposals. So, and this is something we are going to address to the FLOCA project program, in the sense that communities are going to be able to come up with proposals that address their local vulnerabilities and local climate action needs. And as such, it would be possible for each and every individual at the grassroots to be able to access climate funding because of this kind of arrangements that will be like a bottom-up kind of arrangement, financing locally led action. So this locally led action is what we have now to make sure we have them in reasonable scales, because it is also very difficult to kind of finance or support very micro kind of programs or projects. But when we have community-based kind of problems being addressed as a community, it is able to help a great deal than helping individual households. May I stop there and allow maybe others to also weigh in?
Thank you so much, Okumu. And we will just have one last short intervention from our community person, just to give life to this in a brief 1 or half a minute, so that we can close it at this. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sorry, we don't have the mic yet. Can you? Okay, good. Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Julius, and thank you, Michael Kumu, for the contribution you've made. I would say that at the community level, the groups and the climate change governance structures that are there, they need to be strengthened so that they are able to access the climate finance at the county and at the national level. So the issue of capacity is very key, and the civil societies and other climate change actors need to look into that. Because like Okumu is saying, if the communities have to make proposals and maybe they do not have the skills, it means that somebody somewhere should do it so that they are able to present bankable proposals. Thank you.
Great. We're in a dispensation where we have to sort all these challenges out and make sure that communities are empowered to access the money, but also money is provided from those who have committed to provide it. We want to see what exactly our Art in Action team has come up with from the discussions we've been having this morning. To you, Billy.
Thank you so much, Julius. Yes, the Art in Action team has been hard at work. And within that period of time, I don't think they've even taken a water break. Yeah, they haven't. But I think they've done a fantastic job. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you are ready for the big reveal. So I'm going to start out with Victor. And Victor, you are going to tell us a little bit about what has been going on at your studio right here and how you've been interpreting the conversation that has been continuing from when we began. So, Victor, tell us about your work.
Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting panel. I have picked up a lot of things. My approach to my illustration, as per what has been discussed, is I wanted to do what we call personification of Mother Earth and bring it a bit closer home. And from the discussion that I've been listening to, Mother Earth hurts. She goes through a very difficult time. And at this point in time, she's really feeling neglected because where's the money? The money should have been provided. But I'm hearing of a lot of legal loopholes, money not being disbursed properly. When all this is happening, climate change is still a pertinent issue that needs to be addressed. So that was my approach, trying to bring it closer home, that people will be able to relate with it, that we still have an obligation to Mother Earth. We need to sort out our issues in terms of money and everything, and make sure that the money is there. So I captioned it that I've been feeling neglected lately. Where's the climate finance? So as much as it depends on the powers that be, please provide the money. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Victor. Victor, I'm going to ask you more of a personal artist's question. What has your reflection been as you are conducting this exercise? There's a part where you were doing your part as an artist, you're playing your role as an illustrator. But then there's a part where the conversation is impacting you, and then your interpretation of that conversation is also doing something to you. What is it doing to you?
I've always believed that there's the analogy of the man who found fish at the beach that had been beached, and there's so many of them, but he said, even if I throw in one or two, I've made a difference today. So that has been my approach. Through visual arts, through the way we communicate, I hope that this makes a difference, even in a small way, that this conversation will be sustained because of just one simple drawing.
Okay, so that is Victor's fish that he has just thrown back into the ocean. He has played his role today. I'm going to move on from Victor, and I will cross over to Olonde. And his approach has been different, very reflective, and also very refreshing. Olonde has several pieces that he has put out, and he's been illustrating by hand. Olonde, you want to tell us a little bit about the work that you have been engaging in as you have engaged with the panel and the conversation?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the participants, because forums like these are very few for an artist and for climate work. So I think these are commendable effort. If we can be able to do more of this, I think the public needs to be educated, because we have a lot of ignorance concerning climate. So my work is always, I approach it from two sides, because there's always a struggle between good and evil. So interpretations may be different for good and for evil. So I try to put that context into every work I do. So I try to work along conservation and also to show the reasons why we should conserve, because one of the speakers said there's a lot of money in conservation, because every one of us can do that. So my first work, I go back to Mr. Sketch, who said the egg is the symbol of life. So I've used that to interpret my first job, to show that life can give us flowers of smelling nice and fruits that can feed us. And also, life is Mother Earth. So as we conserve life, conserve Mother Earth. And then the second one, so I try to show where climate is. So I've interpreted environmental destruction as a tumor. So this guy has a very big tumor over on his head. So as we conserve, we treat ourselves of tumor, of destroying the environment. So that is how I've interpreted my second job. And then the third one, we talked about giving out the message of whatever is happening. So we are told those who are suffering the consequences of environmental distractions are not the one who destroyed the environment. So that's what I've tried to interpret here. Because this guy is very patronizing in the way he's speaking to the other person. So this shows the way our message is not being presented in the right way. And then lastly, I've talked about education. So I've presented it in the form of a book. And we are told in educating ourselves, the money is there. So there's a note inside the book to show that as we learn, we make our money.
Well, thank you so much. A lot of content, a lot of wisdom, and a lot of nuggets, all packaged into just 4 sheets of paper. Now, this is the beauty of art in action, is that after everything has been spoken about, after everything has been discussed, we have something visual left with us that gives us a library for a lifetime and beyond. Olonde, what has your reflective moment been as you are producing this work? how has the panel conversation and your interpretation spoken to you individually as an artist and as a stakeholder in climate action?
I used to think there was no money, but I think after all this, I know there's some money that may help.
So panelists, there you have it. You have just enlightened us that there is money and how we can locate it. So thank you so much, Olonde. Now let me come back to Celeste, my former schoolmate, whom I have known for several years. So Celeste,
Yes.
Tell us about your work. Tell us about your piece.
So my piece is basically notes. I decided to take the angle where I capture whatever you're discussing about in visual notes. So whoever has listened to these conversations, taking a glance at my visual notes is basically doing a recap, an easier way to remind themselves of what we've talked about. And I've tried to compress as much as possible whatever we've discussed here into something more fun and more interactive, something that is exciting to look at and memorable. A lot of people find it hard to read notes or to listen to 2 hours of a conversation, but taking that and packaging it as a single snapshot visually, I think is a much better way. So that's the angle that I decided to take. And I drew a big pot, you can call it that, a pot of money. And in that pot, there's a man seated there, counting money and basically telling us that there is money from international sources, from local sources, but where is it? What is the money for? So I've tried to capture all that in my drawing, and I hope it's self-explanatory.
Well, thank you so much, Celeste. That's a lot of content, again, captured within one frame. You would think that that content would crowd the frame, but you would be surprised that she has laid it out extremely well, even without explaining it. I think it just completely absorbs itself into the subconscious. Celeste, yes. As I've asked Victor and as I've asked Olonde, you're reflecting.
For me, I think what has stood out for me is that, first of all, the money is there, but accessing it is what is difficult. And if only we can find a way to cut the red tape, make things simpler. The local communities, people like me and you, we need to access that money, but the complexities around accessing that money is truly discouraging. So if there's a way we can figure out how to access this money in a more simpler way, I think that's my takeout for me, and it would really be impactful for the communities and artists like myself to use that money for stuff like this, outreach, telling people more about climate change, making our small contributions to climate in our gifted areas. So it's been very enlightening, and I'm glad to be a part of this.
Well, thank you so much, Celeste. Thank you so much, illustrators. I think it's only fair to take it back to the panel and ask, what are your observations? What are your thoughts? How do you react to what you've just seen? So, Julius, you will indulge me and allow me to hijack your panelists for just a moment. Brief comments on your reaction to the work that you've seen. May I begin with Lydia?
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. I would say that based on the discussions, the community is down there suffering. The money is on the other side, but in between there's a mountain. How do we clear the mountain to have the communities accessing the funds? Thank you.
Okay. Selina, your reaction to the artwork that you have seen, does it represent adequately the conversation you've had?
Yes, very much so. And I think we are saying the money is there. And I believe that the kitty is not full, that the promisers, those who made the promise, should actually fill the kitty. And then now we found the best way to access, and that the money trickles down to the community level.
Well, thank you so much, Selina. Michael, what do you have to say?
I find this very interesting. I didn't know that all these things we have said here can be put into one, just an image. And I was quite thrilled by Olonde's image about a fat guy bullying the small man. And I know the man is really thin, shaggy, like he's really suffering there. This man is bullying him. So it really creates exactly the global politics of climate finance. So I think that's what I have seen, and it's very interesting.
Olokok online? All right, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much. That has been quite some work. I don't know how long I could take just trying to sketch anything that you have done. But that is very brilliant of you trying to condense all those ideas into sketches and pictures. And I think this is a very great way of trying to package some of the things going forward so that maybe in our curricula and so on, we are able to inculcate some of these values into our children as they grow up the education ladder, so that they end up being climate literate citizens, citizens who are able to respond to the climate change challenges around them and provide solutions to the problems around. Regarding the money and its availability, I tried to put it loudly, and somehow part of it, we don't need to stop and just and wail and complain about the unavailability of global money. Whatever little we have in our pocket can start with as we wait for the big money. Awezi lala njaa. Sorry if anybody does not understand Swahili. You have some small resources and you are expecting some external resources, and there is it is getting dark. You have just to work with what you have, and that is a good starting point for us moving forward and having very, very successful climate action on the ground. I know we are able to do much. Yes, we need external support, but we can do with the little that we have to make some reasonable progress. Thank you very much, and thank you for that great artistic work. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Julius, of course, I would need to ask you, what are your thoughts? Do you feel like your panel conversation has been well represented by the panel of illustrators?
Absolutely, yes. I do feel that, and I do confirm. And for me, what just stood out is the fact that we can put all this in one page, as Michael said it. But importantly, the lessons that are coming out from even the communities themselves, airing the voice that we need this finance. Yes, we can definitely pull the little we have, but at the same time, even if we pull the little we have, we need it to be complemented because it's not sufficient. So we need the people who promised to provide the money, and it's in one image. I can't even believe how you do that. And then you have the same image saying that even that which is available domestically or internationally needs to be accounted for. So there's a big guy who comes in and says, you know what, I have this money, but I'm here, you are a small guy, and you need to do a couple of things. So we need to cut the red tape, as was mentioned. We need to even think about how to ease the channel, as Lydia said it. So I'm finding it really fascinating having all that in one image. And I think, to be honest, Bwana Michael Okumu and colleagues, this is what we need to take to some of these international spaces, for people to really see exactly what the problem looks like. Because up there, people don't see it. We are lost in conversations that are very technical, but this gives life to the entire conversation. Billy.
Thank you so much, Julius. Art, climate action, climate change is felt, seen, it's experienced. And so art carries that experiencing into climate action. This has been Art in Action a very, very engaging and enlightening and stimulating segment, as you've all seen and heard. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wrap this up and say, let's take a 7-minute break as we prepare to get into our next segment. This is Billy Mugambi, also known as Mr. Sketch, and my group of illustrators signing off. Thank you.
The picturesque sunset lights up the sky, a magical moment of life passing by, romantic rhythms that beat through the night, Mother Nature's gift for you and I. Africa is my home. Don't you know that home is where my heart lies? Across the ocean into the African sky, through the hills and valleys, over the mountains. Africa is where my heart lies. A new day dawns upon our land, breathing life for the creation of man, holding treasures of beauty given for all, the African dream that touches the soul. Oh, the motherland now. Don't you know that home is where my heart lies? Across the ocean into the African skies, through the hills and valleys, over the mountains. Africa is where my heart lies. This is where I'll stay. The birthplace of my heart. Don't you know that home is where my heart lies? Across the oceans into the African skies, through the hills and valleys, over the mountains. Africa is where my heart lies. Home is where my
tufaaxiyo midha caanaba mise waa dahab dhulka midabka mar la aragay mar waxaan idhi waa tufaaxiyo midha caanaba mise waa dahab dhulka midabka mar waxaan idhi wax la muunadigi ma jooge maxaan idhiyo quracay mudan oo mara timid baa mara timid baa mar waxaan idhi wax la muunadigi ma jooge maxaan idhiyo quracay mudan oo mara timid baa mara timid baa maanka deeqay maaliniya leyliya ku miilasada ya malyuuniyo kunka mudani imilxun kaa jira mar waa tahay meelga sharafliyo rabbi maamuu isu manaystay yaa mulaaxyahay meerkugu xidha mulaaxyahay meerkugu xidha maanka deeqay maaliniya leyliya ku miilasada ya malyuuniyo kunka mudani imilxun kaa jira mar waa tahay meelga sharafliyo rabbi maamuu isu manaystay yaa mulaaxyahay meerkugu xidha mulaaxyahay meerkugu xidha maanka deeqay maaliniya leyliya ku miilasada ya malyuuniyo kunka mudani imilxun kaa jira mar waa tahay meelga sharafliyo rabbi maamuu isu manaystay yaa mulaaxyahay meerkugu xidha mulaaxyahay meerkugu xidha
Oh, okay. Hi, hello, hi. My name is Sam Soko. I'm a filmmaker based in Nairobi, Kenya. I work in documentary, and I'm honored to moderate this conversation on storytelling and how to simplify stories in the climate change space. Today, we have a couple of amazing people around me. Some are joining us on Zoom as well. I'll introduce them briefly. Right next to me is Liza Mali. Liza is a Laikipian Maasai, the first female filmmaker in her community with interests of documenting, linking, amplifying, and scaling up youth, women voices across diverse indigenous cultures in Kenya and the world. She has 5-year experience as a filmmaker and has assumed the position of coordinator in a community-based organization called Maasai Cultural Heritage. She has attended various international conferences on community-based adaptation, and her latest documentary, The River of Brown Waters, which became an official selection of Film Africa, was screened in various festivals in Kenya and the UK. Liza's goal is to continue to shed light on her people's livelihoods, as well as help upscale their voices so as to help protect and preserve their rights and culture. We would want to see the trailer of River of Brown Waters.
Niwaja kigira mwagino na adu poke. Na ora nkata na tudungi. Niko turkwasi, niko kusong, niko ntukore. Kito kwa maya. Na goda ne jadi kunu nuna.
Kesba tangara wale. Nada mana wale. Pero vi que tiene un mana. Otro que no lo yo. Ando ita mana ni siquiera se. Tanta lo que hay na banga. Es botla por fe. Dije na tangara que. Danya raya me vale me reba. Amangare ngire waso na ngare ngire.
Wakati alikuwa maji mingi sana, akatikangi. Niendelee kama miezi 4 miezi 5. Sasa kuna kitu kama hizo.
Dog na amara sila ngayomet. Melo tu do shaga na ra kai kitia na ra bagda da me banyoshi. Ile do she. Ekete.
Wakati maji inaisha, shamba inapotea. Na tunaanza kuhangaika. Tuanza hapa sasa naelekea kama miezi 3 sasa. Tunachimba na mkono, hakuna tinga hapo. Tunachimba na mkono, tulipata maji hapo. Hata wale uchungaji zangia nakuta tu kwa miti amekufa sababu kiu ambati maji.
Hamade na mode ndo bobe. Hamada da ange da na mode ndo ngani. Ndo bobo shina dia adu na da sini nyanare.
Garengiro narugo. Garengiro narugo. Garengiro nimeda. Garengiro nimeda. Agar garengu tugai. Agar garengu tugai. Angado ngutu gyare. Ngado ngutu gyare. Ngado ngutu gyare. Ebrari awachai.
Years, and is the director and co-founder of Saracen OMD, one of East Africa's largest independent media specialist agencies, providing world-class media planning, buying service to leading local and international clients across the sub-region, and the biggest media agency in East Africa today. OMD, the global media advertising company of Omnicom in 2013, is arguably the world's largest marketing communication network with offices over 80 countries. Karibu sana, Sami.
Thank you, Sam.
Could we see a short video of some of Sami's work?
empathy is about cracking the code in terms of true consumer understanding.
We also need to start getting into the habit of just like accepting that people of different ethnic backgrounds and other identities speak, look, and express themselves differently.
Nairobi, Kenya. She's currently the Science and Technology Editor at Nation Media Group, NTV Kenya. Ms. Wandati runs an innovative weekly TV feature, Food Friday, which focuses on all aspects of food security, from farm to plate. The Food Friday series has directed public attention towards food security issues in Kenya and throughout the African continent. Her reporting spans a wide range of topics, from good agricultural practices to climate change, reflecting a strong capacity to interact with various actors, including farmers, teachers, and scientists. She's a joint winner of the Food and Agriculture Organization's A.H. Boima Award, and in 2017, she won a Continental Award from the Africa Conservation Tillage Network for her reporting on conservation agriculture in Africa. Here's a short taste of Zainab's work.
I could walk like this for hours, and it might even take me a day before I hit water. As far as my eyes can see, all I see is wilderness. But guess what? This is actually Lake Magadi that I am walking on right now. This is a major highway. This was the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute.
Inakaa tu kwa mawe asubuhi. Sasa inashindwa asubuhi, watoto wako hapo.
Kuna harufu nyingine inatoka mbaya sana na inatoa affect.
Lakini hapa watu wanakuja kutumia kisiasa.
Thank you, thank you. Lastly, but not least, is Pete Murimi. Pete is a Kenya multiple award-winning documentary filmmaker. He's won the CNN African Journalist of the Year award. He's worked as a freelancer for various NGO spaces for documentaries and for the United Nations before working for them as well. He's a producer, DOP, and has gone on to win global recognition for his work. Since 2012, Pete has produced various documentaries for international broadcasters in the continent, and his latest feature, I Am Samuel, has had incredible global reception. One of Pete's pieces, which you're about to watch, Suicide Stories, it spoke to incredible conversations about mental health. Here's a short trailer.
But the number of suicides reported to have occurred is alarming. Whether it is a mere coincidence or a superstitious occurrence remains a puzzle.
When it comes to Kenya, these stories rarely get to see the light of day because a story about murder would get priority in the news, even on the dailies, but suicide rarely gets a headline.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's give it a go and start. I'm going to start with Zainab. So you've had incredible experience and you've kind of traversed this country speaking to these conversations on climate change. And I think on the day-to-day, you have to communicate these stories to the public. How has that experience been, and what could you speak to the work that you've been doing and how people have been reacting to these conversations?
Thank you, Sam. I'm very happy to join this conversation today. Apologies for not being able to be there physically. I'm a bit under the weather today. As a journalist, in the number of years that I've been covering climate change and traversing this country, you get to know that your perceptions may not necessarily be what you find on the ground. Because when you sit in the city and you interact with the experts in the city, there's what you think you know about climate change. And then there's what you will find on the ground once you talk to people. You realize that their stories are actually much more real. They are realer than you think. They are realer than what you've been reading because they live in that reality. They see their world changing every day. Like, for example, that trailer we've seen about the Maasai in Laikipia. They were talking about how their water sources are changing. Those are real stories. And you get to see the difference between sitting down and reading it in a newspaper or in a book and actually going out there and experiencing what they're experiencing and seeing what they are seeing and allowing them to tell their stories. The impact comes in when you see how people react to your story. For example, the trailer you ran of my story, The Rising Lakes, we did that documentary early this year. I think it was in January, early this year. And when we were reading about how the lakes were changing, how the lakes were rising in the Rift Valley, when we were collecting our research, we were in Nairobi. And then we set out to go across the entire Rift Valley. We started up north in Turkana County, all the way down to Lake Magadi, along near the border with Tanzania. And the stories those people told us of how you go to sleep, an hour or so later you wake up and your house is underwater, your feet are underwater, you go to the market during the day, when you come back a couple of hours later, you can't even identify where your house is because it has been swept away by the water. And those are the stories you hear from the people from Lake Turkana. And then you go to Lake Magadi, the complete opposite is happening, where the water is vanishing and they have no idea why, yet it also sits along the same Rift Valley. So when we did that story, it generated a lot of interest even from the Ministry of Environment. And I did get invited to a few meetings to talk about how the impact of the rising lakes from my perspective as a journalist, what I found on the ground, and then the government would share what they found on the ground and what solutions are being generated as a result. And I know right now there's a panel that's been put together to see how to stop something like that happening again, because right now they don't know if it will happen again or if that's the end of the rising lakes. But what we know for sure is that the maps of those regions around those lakes have to change. That's one thing we know for sure. Kenya's definition of riparian land also has to change. Because for some of these people, especially around Lake Naivasha, Lake Nakuru there, they will tell you, we know what riparian land is. We are very far away from the riparian land, but the water has found us here. So now this new place where they live, they have to give up that land now. And that land becomes riparian land. So what happens to them afterwards? They've been displaced through no fault of their own. They did not move into this riparian land. The water found them there. So now the government has to remark that area, reclassify it as riparian land, and then find alternative land. Where is that alternative land going to come from? See, no. So it becomes a whole complex situation, because even the places where you're going to move them, there are people who live there. They may or may not accept you coming to live with them. They may or may not accept having to share their land with you. So those are still some of the things that the government is having to deal with right now. So.
And it's incredible that at least we do have journalists who are working in this space, and there's not that many people who are kind of telling the stories from this place, which is like a really good segue for me to move to ask. My next question is for Pete. So people like Zainab are, yes, they're journalists. On the day-to-day, they have to move around in all these places. And a lot of the work that moves, that we engage with, comes from the non-governmental organizations, who are the ones who share the dreaded TOR, that the storytellers have to kind of work their way to make sense. How do we want to tell these stories? How has your experience been being engaged to work and tell stories such as the space of climate change? And what has your experience been? And like, where do you feel there's a disconnect between the stories that need to be told, as Zainab said, there's things on the ground, to how these stories are communicated to the public?
Okay, thank you for the question, and I'm so happy to be part of this panel. I think what should happen, and I remember this early on in my experience, sometimes as a filmmaker, you have the perfect way to communicate a story, and normally it's more like, depending on who the filmmaker is, but like in my approach, like I wanted to make the story like more personal, more intimate, and to have this journey. But sometimes some organizations, a communication manager will come and talk to me, and they have the philosophy of the organization that they want to be part of the narrative. And then now becomes like a big clash, because I, as a storyteller, I want to tell a story that I think the public will connect with, but sometimes the organization wants to include some intellectual or the company's goal or something, or TORs, like this is what we want to do. So that was a big problem early on. And then I realized after a while, when we sit down and tell them, like, look, this is what will actually work. And what you want, as intellectual as it is, it can only be good for be put in a shelf. So we found, after a while, we found this finding the middle ground and knowing that stories are universal. And sometimes the simpler and the more basic the story is, the more impact it will have. Like, you don't need to cram all the agendas or hit all the points that all the work that the organization is doing. And I think that is a lesson maybe for everyone, I guess, for the organizations to know, like, the simpler it is, the better it is, but also for the filmmakers to think, how can I tell this story that still gives the organizations and the NGOs what they want to, for them to meet their goals? Because sometimes I think we as filmmakers have not also explained to the organization how the way we work will serve them well. So I think there's this deficit from both sides not talking properly.
No, that's very true. And some of us have gone through a lot of that conversation, which sometimes you have to make a choice of whether do you want to get paid or do you keep pushing, right? And that's not an experience Liza had when she decided to tell a story about her community and their challenges and what they are going through. So how was it like making River of Brown Waters? How was that experience different to what Pete is talking about?
Okay, first of all, when I was going to shoot River of Brown Waters, I had to take 1 week to go first in their communities to understand their perspective and to also make them understand the kind of documentary I was making. And going to the communities, I realized that I actually did not know. So I had to humble myself down as a creative, of course, and start learning from their perspective. Because they will tell me stories that I thought I knew, but now they know better. So from there, I started collaborating with them, and they gave me directions. Of course, I had to also take control of the documentary so that it does not deviate from the original plan I had, but also to incorporate the community's voices. And the way I shot it in a simple way, on their day-to-day livelihoods, on what was there that they do not see currently, how the river was before and now it's how the flow is less or not flowing at all. So those are the kind of things I started asking, and now they gave me stories from the past and current stories. So as if you go watch River of Brown Waters, it's more simplified and more community-based, but a wider audience can get to understand it. And even the NGOs, because I'm in the NGO world, they can also understand and take note from that. Yeah, so that's how I shot mine, the River of Brown Waters. Yeah.
And I can vouch for that now.
Thank you.
And I think the question here is, conversations on climate are very complex in many cases, and they bring up a lot of, I'd say, jargon and terminologies that people kind of shut down when they're trying to engage. And this is kind of your space, Sami, simplifying the simple ideas. So where do you feel the disconnect is, and how can we start bridging that gap of simplifying this conversation such that both the storytellers and the people who are trying to communicate this information can find a place to engage and share powerful, entertaining stories?
Thank you, Sam. You're right, the discussion on climate change is complex because this discussion starts from a scientific perspective. So when you start from a scientific perspective, it is actually very technical because you hear words like emissions, carbon, methane. You hear about the ecosystem restoration, and these are very complex matters which are not very familiar to the layman, and these are not terms which you use in everyday language. But to fully communicate and disseminate this topic on climate change, what storytellers need to do is to have empathy. And they need to have empathy by communicating the real-life stories, like what Zainab said. Now, there are some real-life situations which are unprecedented, but unfortunately, they're on the way. For example, in the past, we've had refugees, and the refugee crisis in the world has been caused by different things. We have war refugees, we have economic refugees. But the next set of refugees, which will be at an unprecedented scale, we will have climate refugees. So in terms of storytelling, we need to talk about what crisis is on the way. We have a refugee crisis on the way. Zainab talked about the possible displacement of people. Mm-hmm. So that is one conversation which you need to start having, talking about real-life issues beyond the scientific. I think we need to leave the science part of it to the scientists and be able to tell stories in our own way. A few days ago, there is a person who I interacted with online. His name is Ron Harper, and he's an asset manager in one of the big American firms. And talking about real life issues and disseminating it, did you know that the property which you own could be worthless in the next 40 years? And I'll explain how. In the past 45 years, what has happened is because of global warming and accelerated carbon emissions, the world temperature has increased by 1.5%. Now, it is anticipated that the temperatures will increase by 4% by the year 2050. If that happens, the entire south of Florida, for about 200 kilometers, will be submerged in water, which means the United States of America will lose Miami, they'll lose South Beach, and they will lose West Palm Beach, which means whoever has a mortgage of 20 years, you may never be able to complete paying for your mortgage because you will not have an asset anymore. Now, this is far from Kenya, but in Kenya, it is already happening in Kisumu. So it is putting human stories which have actual impact and presenting these stories as what is actually going to happen to affect you sitting here if nothing is done about it. Thanks.
No, it's very true that there's so much that's going on, and I think something that keeps resonating, and a lot of people have said here, is we as storytellers come from a point of we want to communicate that human element. We want to engage, and I think from Zainab, Pete, and Liza said, we go down to the community and we're like, we know this is how we could tell this story, and this is the way the community would understand this story. The challenge now becomes, which I think started with Zainab saying, is whatever is happening on the ground and what comes from this other side, the more the technical people, there's kind of a disconnect in how we engage and we speak to this. And just going back to Zainab, and all of you can chip in if you want, is where do we start in engaging with the people who actually, in this case, which is probably the biggest problem, who have the money to do the work? Because otherwise, we have to do it as passion projects, right? And passion sometimes doesn't pay bills. So how can we connect these two spaces? Zainab, what do you think?
I've come to learn one thing. The NGOs or the donors or the people who have the money, they've got an agenda that they want to push. And their agenda may not necessarily be what the community they're targeting needs. So they will sit in their boardrooms and plan a project. Take, for example, Turkana County. Everybody is always taking farming technologies to Turkana. But the problem with that is that Turkana is a pastoralist community. Farming is not in their culture. You're bringing a solution that is foreign to them without having asked the people in Turkana what solution would work better for them. So first, to bridge that gap, the people with the money need to go to the ground and sit down with the community that they are targeting and talk to them and ask them, in your culture, you have seen this and this and this happening in your community. What solution would you like us to bring to you? The reason I've singled out Turkana is because there was a lot of talk when Kenyans for Kenya happened, and a lot of money was raised for Turkana and irrigation systems were put in place. What happened when Red Cross left? Most of those projects collapsed. And they could not explain why they collapsed. Because you brought a solution to people without having talked to them about if that's what they would want. Because had it been actually what they would have wanted, they would have known how to continue with that project. But most of those projects collapsed. And that issue came up the next year when there was another drought and people started to ask questions, but we brought you an irrigation system. Why are you not able to bring food to generate food out of those irrigation systems? So bridging the gap will start by an actual conversation. Not don't come with your ideas in your head, telling yourself, this is the project I want to implement, without having talked to the person you want to give that project to. Because you will find that these communities are actually not stupid. They are not. They know that their climate is changing. They just know it in a different language, not in the language you're speaking, but in a different language. So we need to learn to speak their language so that we can now start communicating and actually start having a dialogue.
Does anybody else want to add something?
Yeah, sure. I would love to add on what Zainab has said. Actually, when you go back to the communities, they really know a lot. It's like I come from an indigenous community, and there are things we call indigenous skills and technologies. You find that actually they really know how to read the weather. It's only now that in the modern day world, we have the modern equipments and technologies, and they know how to tell, like, this season is changing, the weather is going to change, and even right now they can tell this climate change. It's only that now climate change was not in their language before. So now they have to come up with simpler terms to explain what is really happening. So they are completely aware of what is happening. They know what the problem is. Now the problem comes with the NGOs and the other stakeholders. You come thinking that okay, because you have this modern education, you have all these equipments, technologies to solve this problem, so you know the solution to the problems, but you don't communicate to the communities and ask what has been the problem. Like, for example, I'm just giving an example. There's this Northern Highway, I don't know what it's called. You'll find that when the Chinese were building these roads, they kept drilling boreholes because they saw that it's dry, the areas are dry and there's drought. But these boreholes, some of them actually causing conflicts because when there's drought, then there's no water, communities converge. And if you come there first, that's your territory. You see now. So now that causes conflicts. This one, they are fighting because the borehole is not yours. It was built by the Chinese, so all of us can use. But this one says, but I came first. So we are securing water for our livestock and for our families. So I think we should create a platform where before going to the communities, we have a platform where we solve problems, we talk to them and ask them what is the issue. Because there's an observation, what I've made since 2018, that's when I started doing film and working with NGOs. I've been asking myself, but even before, since I was born, there were these big NGOs in the northern side of Kenya. But still, people are facing the same problems. There are no solutions. It's like no one is existing, no government is existing, no NGO is existing. So where is all this money going to, all these resources, where are they going to? What problems are they solving? How are they helping the communities? And actually, that's the problem, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There is also the question of who owns the narrative, or who will drive this narrative. For us to drive this narrative and to get this story to be widespread and to be properly disseminated, this cannot happen without the involvement of the people who run rural communities. And the people who run rural communities are the women. We need to put women at the forefront of this story because they are the managers of households and they are the managers of the ecosystem. Now, there are also cultural issues which are to be considered when you put women at the forefront. For example, in some communities, the voice of the woman is considered at the same level as that of a child. So this is a narrative which you need to put to the forefront because they are the ones who are running the rural communities and they need to be at the forefront of telling this story because climate change is going to affect women more than it will affect men. So that is something which must be considered in everybody who is trying to put together a narrative and disseminate the story on climate change and its adverse effects. Thank you.
And that's very true. And also just connecting with what Liza said and what Zainab was saying as well is like there are all these spaces and all these conversations that need to be had and all these stories need to be told. And a question I have for you, Pete, is how do we encourage more filmmakers and storytellers to tell these stories and engage with these stories in very powerful ways and in ways that would actually not only generate traction, but actually have movement and, just change things?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And before that, I have something to say on the previous question, and then I'll go into this one.
Yes, go ahead.
I remember saying, because I think as storytellers, most of the times we want exactly the same things that the civil society and the NGOs want. Besides, yes, sometimes we want to entertain and sometimes just to inform. But a lot of times there is an issue or something that's happening. We think the world should know and something should happen. Things should come. Like in my situation about mental health in Nyandarua, and which was, I thought this is horrible that it's happening, and let me try and do something that will bring change. So there's a lot of organizations that were trying to do exactly the same thing. And it happened once the film was done, it was the perfect tool to help achieve and amplify the message, to have goals that can be measurable and achievable. So I think filmmakers and the NGOs most of the times want exactly the same thing. It's just to find out how can we work together to achieve that. And now on the question of stories that will have impact. I think what is first of all important as a storyteller is to be true to like the passion of what you want. For example, I know if there's a project or an issue that I'm really passionate about, I'll be committed, I'll be sincere with it, I'll put in the extra shift, and generally the film will be much better, because the voice of the storyteller, you could see the passion and the push there. So it is very hard for, I think, us storytellers to be mercenaries and to get exactly the same product all the time. Like today, you're doing a film about climate change, and then tomorrow you're doing a film about, you could say, mental health, and then the next day you're doing a film about patriarchy. It could be possible, but especially in a very short span of time, because these projects they consume us when you do them, and the time you're doing it for 1 or 2 years, your life becomes the story that you're telling, in a sense. So I think it begins by us filmmakers finding the right partnership and alignments. If climate change is the issue that I really care about and passionate about, have the right access, yes, I should do it, and that partnership will be amazing, and the film will be good, and change will come for sure. I know that, because we've seen that films can change. They can change the world, they can change people, they can change a village, they can change a person. So we can argue about how big the change is, but if a film is done right, there'll be some form of change, 100%. But I think it's just finding that, is this the right film for me to make? That is one of the biggest questions that as storytellers, we should ask ourselves.
What do you think, Zainab? Or are you extremely motivated to keep telling stories in this space? What needs to happen to keep pushing you or keep encouraging you to work in the space?
The media landscape actually has changed a lot over the last, I think, 5 or 7 years. Right now, we find more and more climate stories getting into either on TV, on radio, or in the newspapers. But the thing is, it's not as often as we'd like to see, and most of those stories are negative stories. That's the weird thing about the media. We like stories that bleed. If it's not bleeding, then chances of it making it to a page becomes difficult. So you'll find climate stories making headlines when it's about a community being swept away somewhere by flooding, or another community starving to death somewhere else. But rarely will you find us telling stories about someone who's come up with a solution. So and this also kind of speaks to us as a community, not just the media, because we are a reflection of the society. We tell you what you want to hear. So if you're telling you those stories that bleed, it's because that's really what you want to hear. In order to continue having conversations like this, actually, it's a very good motivation to have us continue telling these stories, and also inspiring more people to tell climate stories and tell community stories and stories that have impact on people. But what we lack mostly is capacity. Capacity in terms of access to information, capacity in terms of access to those communities, capacity in terms of access to expertise. Information, by information I mean, you'll find scientists coming up with these brilliant pieces of work, brilliant research that have really, really good stories, but it never gets to the media because either this scientist doesn't know how to access the media to tell them about their research, or this scientist is media shy or just doesn't like media at all. So what we in the newsrooms would like from you in the NGO world is to help us in terms of capacity. When you're going to the field and you think you have a brilliant story you're going to tell out there in the field, it's okay to reach out to the media and pitch that story to us and have them come along with you. If you have a brilliant piece of research, it's okay if you come to us and give us that information, and then we can discuss how to create a story out of it for maximum impact.
No, that's very true. And I think we were speaking earlier with Liza, and we were saying how, why are we discouraged to engage in the space? Maybe you could share part of that conversation.
Okay. First of all, why as filmmakers, as creatives, we are discouraged is because most of the times people don't understand the technical part of shooting. So you find even when someone is trying to allocate, like let's say just for an NGO for a fact, the NGOs that I've worked with several times, you find that when you come up with a story, you've simplified it, this is how you want to tell the story. The funds that are allocated for shooting that story are kind of minimized because they don't understand why do you want such an amount of money to shoot just a simple story. Because like for River of Brown Waters, it took days and months to shoot. But I came out with a 7-minute piece. So someone will be like, but it's just a 7-minute piece and this money is so much. So you find like you end up going to the field to shoot something with very less, so you end up coming out with nothing at all. Because sometimes when you go to the field and shoot these stories, you end up finding other issues that you didn't anticipate. And so you have also to cater for those issues. Let's say maybe I wanted to tell a story maybe of, let's say, the river El Songiro. But when I go there, there's another story the community is telling me. And maybe I have to follow it through for a maximum story in the end. But at the end, I will not follow up with that story because I do not have those funds. And again, the fact that when people are in these big meetings, they think like they know better, but deep down, they have not gone back to the grassroots. So you find that the information they want you to bring from the documentary is different from what you're getting. And sometimes there is where we clash. So sometimes as filmmakers, we get tired, we end up giving them the story they want, but not the actual thing that you know that will push their agenda. Yeah.
And just connecting with what Zainab spoke about is kind of the access to that information, everybody kind of knowing this is what needs to be done and putting it all together. But then eventually you did come up with the film. We do come up with these stories. They do, we do share them and we do put them out. And I think that's something I want to ask you, Sami. What can we do to encourage the sharing of this story? Like, what could you speak to the getting this content out to the public, and not also like the public access to this content? What do you feel like? Where is it right now, and how do you feel that it can get better?
We need to make a decision on the size of the story that we want to tell. Right, in the past 1 year, the biggest story across the world has been COVID, followed by Black Lives Matter. Over the years, the entire world came to believe in the American dream, including those who have never set foot in the United States of America. And America was seen as the land of opportunity, although the situation on the ground is very different, because of the stories that had been told about the United States of America through movies. So a story and impact is as big as the size that we give it. So the climate change story is already becoming the biggest story on the planet. The first agenda in terms of priority for the current president of the United States is climate change. In May this year, which is 3 months ago, the UN launched a 10-year program called the Ecosystem Restoration. Now, these are big stories. So we need to create a story as big as the crisis that is on the way. Now, once we have created these stories and we have a narrative, and we've distilled it down, we've given it a human face, What we need to do is decide how are we going to disseminate the story. We have moved from the era that we were born and raised in, which is the era of broadcasting. We are now in the digital world, whereby we are in the addressable age and in the era of narrowcasting. We've got multiple platforms, and each of these platforms gives us an opportunity to tell our story differently. So we need to engage with all these platforms and reach out to a big population on the planet which is consuming media or information on these platforms, which is largely the youth, and create a movement through consistent dissemination on these platforms. If we do not go that route, this story will die. And what we've observed, even as Zainab said before, when a story dies, the cause which was the root basis of the story also dies. When a story dies, the cause dies. So I think storytelling in this climate change agenda is actually the most important of all. Thank you.
No, and yes, you're right. Like, we need to find ways, I think, to encourage more people, or perhaps look for routes to have, a lot more TikTok videos about climate change. But the thing I think that's kind of been going around is like, we don't necessarily have to package it as climate change. And I think how do we get to do that more often? How does my Instagram feed have more conversations about how we can make things better, or push things better? And I think now my mind goes to Greta Thunberg and how her story and what she did kind of blew up in the world and encouraged a lot of young people to start speaking and thinking about climate change. What do you think, Zainab?
Actually, the young people conversation is something that everyone is struggling with, not just in the climate space, but pretty much every aspect of the economy, because the younger and younger people have a very short attention span. So the things that catch their interest keep changing from minute to minute. So catching their attention and getting them to care about something is a struggle for every sector of the economy. Even in agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture has tried different campaigns, even having young artists to get them to join agriculture. But then the young people who are getting into agriculture, they look at it as a get-rich-quick kind of scheme. So it's a challenge across the board. But how to get around it? How to get around it is, you see, because the young people know how to use social media. Myself, I'm still struggling with how to use some of the tools on social media and how to use them to tell stories. When it's a story that touches someone directly, then you start to see the young people start to pay a little bit more attention. Not all attention, but some attention. When it's a story that has an actual face, a story that about someone and impact on that someone. The young people don't care about those big terms and Kyoto Protocol and whatnot. It will pass them like the wind. But when you tell them, this is person X living in village Y, this person has no food, or this person's harvest died because of the locust invasion or because of the drought, then they start to show some little bit of interest, and then you start to see them coming up with all these kinds of apps that farmers can use, or apps that can help you predict some the weather changing patterns. I've talked to some students at Kitale Poly and Moi University in Eldoret, and they're coming up with such brilliant technologies. So I think the thing that discourages the youth mostly from participating is lack of support, especially from the government. When they come up with these technologies that will offer you a solution that will help you climate-proof yourself, they don't get the support that they need in order to come up with more technologies or something like that. So you'll you'll hear about a technology or a mobile app, and then within a few or so weeks it fizzles out and you don't hear about it again. And if you're to find these young people who came up with that technology, they tell you, I was told to do I need what license, and I need what license, I need what license. So the technology, it just fizzles out. Another example is a lot of young people are coming up with solutions for power generation in their homes, and they fizzle out because the law has no framework that allows them to actually come up with green technologies or to support them to continue coming up with these green technologies. The way, I don't know if it's deliberate or the government just likes to sabotage itself, the young people lack that support. Even when it comes to patents, a young person will go and pitch a technology to a potential investor or a potential somebody with the capacity to actually scale it up. The young person will be told, your project still needs a lot of work. Your project is not good. And you go away, only for you to see it implemented without your name, with someone else's name. So we need to create that environment that encourages the young people, that tells them your technology is safe, your intellectual property is safe. We will support you through this journey, because you realize the way they want to join the conversation is on a solution kind of way, or the solution end of the conversation. That's where young people's interest mostly is in, and solution technological solutions. They're not really interested in the how we got here, the what caused this. They want to look at it, what do we do about it now? And now what we need is that framework that encourages them to bring those solutions, and that tells them you will be supported, your technology will be safe, and it will continue.
I really like that. What do you think, Sammy?
Yeah, I agree. And we have all these multiple platforms which the youth disseminate their stories. But the thing is, how can we make this topic interesting? How can we rope them in? How can we have this as a conversation which is ongoing and something which has traction, something which will never stop? Reflecting back and remembering the conversation around HIV. HIV was a very complex subject, but the way it was embraced by this government and all governments in the world, it became a global movement. And it became a global movement because of the people who are going to be most affected by the HIV scourge, which was the youth, which was going to have a direct impact on global economy because of what it was going to do to the global population and the future of young people. And by and large, even though it was not completely eradicated, it was checked. So that is the same approach which needs to happen along this conversation. How can we tell the story in the language of the people with the biggest numbers, which are the youth, people who have the most impact as far as some decisions are concerned, which are the women? How do we tell it, this story, and disseminate it through platforms that they engage with on a daily basis? Without that, the story will die. When a story dies, a relationship dies.
Exactly.
Even a personal one.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And those are very powerful words, which just keep. I think there's if you're listening and you've heard what the panelists are saying, I think you definitely have questions and you definitely have something to say. And I would love to share and speak, to bring Wanja, who is kind of handling the communication as well on the platforms that we have. Wanja, what do we have out there?
Hey, Sami.
Hi, Wanja.
Sam, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, Wanja.
Awesome. So I know that we have two Sams on the panel today, but I'm addressing Sam. Sam Soko.
Me. Here I am. Hi, Wanja. How are you doing?
Right. So
yes.
we have a lot of comments coming through. We have Game who is saying that as we talk about terminology, we have found the lack of climate change vocabulary in our local languages is a huge problem for audiences to contextualize these very Western references. So does anyone know how the rest of the continent is doing in this regard? How do the filmmakers on the panel approach this challenge? We have Miriam who is saying, thanks to the panel, what are some of the strategies to ensure that communities can follow up on their stories or issues for sustainability and continued action from resource and duty bearers? We also have Jacqueline, who is saying that as storytellers, there is a fine line between sharing scientific information, bringing compassion and empathy, and telling the stories that audiences will identify with. Then we have Diplex, who says that he's agreeing with some of the suggestions that have come forth, and says that local financing is lacking, and creatives in the storytelling space have to look for outside grants and donor support. And we have Ted, who agrees by saying that we need to meet the audiences where they are. If they can be found on TikTok, then we go there and comply with the format. So that's some of what we are getting from Zoom and what we've managed to filter out so far.
I think that you guys, there's a couple of questions that I think that are really good fodder for conversation. The first one was conversation of language. How have storytellers, particularly with the changing dynamics of climate change and the different, very difficult words that you were mentioning earlier, Sam, that people are talking about, how have communities adapted to that, and how are communities trying to communicate that? Who wants to take that? Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of research on communication, language, and how to pass on the message on climate change. Now, climate change will remain a complex scientific concept, but there are ways in which it can be communicated in a way that is easily understood, not just to the rural communities or to upcountry communities, but even to people who are storytellers. An increase in temperature across the world could be distilled and simplified as rising temperatures, not global warming. Okay, so there are ways in which storytellers coming from different communities can be able to reword the communication to make it sensible, understandable, palatable to the local communities. But I think that's a challenge which the likes of Pete should take up. Because in this ecosystem, I am more of a disseminator than a creator.
What do you think?
Okay, for me, I think you should use the simple things that the communities have been having, like the resources they have been having, the natural resources they have. For example, if they used to live in an area with a river flowing, and now this river is completely drying, like for example, El Sonero, the way I approached it is I started asking the history. So they started telling me this river was always full. There's no time it will dry. But currently, it can run for 3 months, then it dries up if there are no rains. So now that's where now we started like talking. Now that's what is called climate change. Now, of course, I can't say climate change, but in our local language, we try to come up with words to explain what is really happening. Mm-hmm. So from that perspective, they start now understanding there's something going on. And it's because of different factors. And even those factors, let's say if it's man-made or it's just natural, you start explaining. Like, for example, you'll tell them, like, if you continue cutting down trees, then you'll end up with no trees, the river will die, the livestock you have will also die, because the trees, you start explaining slowly by slowly, but not coming with these big terms, global warming, as you said, or I don't know, emissions of carbon dioxide. Even me, I'm struggling with it. So that's how you approach it. And you let them tell you. For example, even me, I didn't know, I'm a Maasai, but I didn't know there's a way they would read what is happening with this goat skin. This is how they'll tell you, okay, this and this place will be dry, this and this place. So you even before you come to them with your language, can you try understand their language first, where they're coming from? Then when you understand where they're coming from, then you guys can work together. Then the other issue, how we can make it more creative. For me, I felt like as a creative, there are people who are doing arts, as storytellers, we are shooting. There are different of people who are creative. So how about us as creatives, we try make it lively, not always sad. But of course, some stories are sad, but can we try come up with a way we can tell them in such a way that us youths or the younger generation can appreciate it? Or maybe for a filmmaker, instead of always shooting very serious stuff, can we make very simple creative shots and maybe throw it in Instagram, throw it in TikTok? Yeah, with that slowly people will start, where the youth ourselves will start reacting to what you see. If it's something to do maybe with a certain village, can we make it relatable? For example, for me, I love traveling and I love photography just for fun. So I'm trying also as I work. Sometimes, yes, let's just be true to ourselves. Sometimes it's exhausting, but I try to indulge myself. Okay, I'm traveling. This is what. So I'm trying to learn as an adventurous person. But in the process, I'm also creating a story. So that's how even me myself at times I get motivated to go out there, because I'm going to a new place. I want to adventure. I want to meet new people, and I want to know more about them. So from there now you start telling stories easily, not always it's work. I'm going to shoot. It gets tiresome at times.
And I think something you've mentioned, which kind of ties with one of the questions we had or comments, was a lot of our work is tied to an agenda.
Yeah.
Someone where the money is coming from, and you feel where the money is coming from dictates you have to do this serious story. So when you're should I indulge in this thing that makes me happy, it becomes problematic to be I can't, that kind of thing. And I think, Zainab, you've actually engaged with a lot of these communities, and they have different ways in which they understand and explain what's going on and what's taking place. How are you handling it, and where do you feel is kind of the way forward in that engagement?
Remember, I started by saying communities actually know that climate is changing. They just know it in a different language. So usually I start by asking them leading questions. For example, the easiest story actually to tell right now is the malaria story in Baringo County. Baringo is an area that shouldn't have mosquitoes. Yet now we have so many cases of malaria in Baringo. Remember just last year, the year before, when stories of deaths, malaria deaths were making headlines in the media. Because that's something strange to report on malaria in Baringo. Usually malaria will tell about malaria in Western Kenya or parts of the coast. Rarely will you hear about it in Baringo. Now, for this, the scientists will tell you the reason the mosquitoes are there is because of climate change, because it's changing the behavior of insects and pests, and that also includes mosquitoes, such that you'll find mosquitoes now ending up in places like Baringo where they shouldn't be in the first place. So to ask this community about climate change, of course you can't just ask them climate change. they may not know what that word is, but they will tell you they have noticed their mosquitoes at night. They will tell you they are now suffering more of malaria. They will tell you their nights are now warmer or the days are warmer. And so you have to learn how to piece all this information together to reach the goal you're trying to reach. They will give you bits and pieces, that when you put them all together, now it creates that climate change picture that you're looking for.
I started laughing when I was thinking that I need to ask Pete whether he's ready to tell this happy story about the happy climate change stories. Is that something you're up to? How, like, the balance that Liza was talking about and simplicity that Zainab is also talking to. What do you think?
No, I think yes. It's a yes and a no, because as people were talking the last time, I was really thinking, and I think the mistake as a story makers have made with climate change is basically, I think we've tried to become scientists in a sense, because a scientist has done this research over so many years and then very detailed about how the temperature is rising, how this is affecting, and then we as storytellers just try to regurgitate that research rather than us being storytellers, and then find, yes, this is what they found out, but what is the impact? What does this mean to the person, to the family, to the village, to the country? And I guess I don't know whether I feel like a happy story, but the point is we should, as filmmakers, try to find that human connection. And I think I was growing up, but I remember with the HIV problem, film played such a crucial role in informing, engaging, and also just connection. I remember, there's this very famous musician, there's a film about his life story and how HIV and AIDS affected him. And we could all connect to that. But somehow with climate change, as storytellers, there's been few, but we're a bit behind in bringing the humanity to the issue. As what happened with, I was still a young person, but I remember films that I really connected with and empathized with. And I think that is the future, and maybe that's what needs to happen. We let the scientists be scientists, and we as filmmakers bring that empathy, bring that connection and relatability to the issue of climate change.
I'd like to take it back to Wanja. Do we have any more comments, questions in the conversation?
I think I'm going to read you one interesting comment over here from Diblex, who says, it looks like this conversation is bigger than climate change. Scope and power of storytelling can be tapped to address most societal ills and issues affecting our daily livelihoods, and to redefine the Africa and the world we want going forward, and this will require all hands on deck. So that's pretty much what we have, and that pretty much sums up everything that we're getting.
No, that's true. Storytelling can change so much and in so many spaces, because Sammy was talking about HIV and AIDS, Pete said the same thing. We're now trying to talk about climate change, and we're like, as storytellers, do we really want to engage in conversations of climate change, or why are we not engaging in conversations of climate change? What do you think?
Yeah, we need to constantly engage in this story, but we also need to note that a lot has changed in the past 10 years. So even how we approach, how we are telling these stories is very different from how we told stories 10 years ago. We need to consider that we are going through a lot of disruption, digital transformation. So the challenge to storytellers would be to look at what is first in terms of consumption. We are living in a mobile-first world whereby your mobile phone is your first screen. Your tablet could be a secondary screen. Your laptop could be a third screen, and your television set could be your fourth screen. So could storytellers challenge themselves to have a mobile-first approach, because that will be the fastest way to disseminate this story. It could be in the form of text for those for the bigger population which does not have smartphones, and for the population which has smartphones, could you create based on available platforms which make these stories better consumable, shareable, relatable? So that is the challenge to storytellers. You need to progress based on the disruption which we are seeing in the world. Thank you.
No, very true, very true. So as we wind up, I want to give like a minute to everyone to kind of, share your thoughts about this conversation, and what words would you like to leave the people who are watching or who would watch or listen. We'll start with Liza.
Okay, for me, what I think for the creative space majorly, I think all stakeholders, we should have a platform that it allows all of us to come together and agree on what is to be told and how to tell it. For example, like for me, like majorly, if I try to look for funds, I always try to apply outside from other foreign countries. But in Kenya, when I'm trying to apply for funds, it's either I'm not getting the right channels or something like that. But it's easy for me to apply funds from outside, but it's very hard for me to apply funds from Kenya. So maybe we simplify the processes for our creatives in our countries so that it's easier to go out and shoot these stories and tell these stories. Yeah.
What are your final words?
Organizations, individuals, NGOs need to be incentivized in one way or the other to be able to have an agenda, because the issue of climate change is not going to be addressed and won if we leave it as a government problem, a problem of the UN or a foreign government. This story needs to continue to be told, and organizations need special incentives. It should be like one of the goals for every organization which is in operation, because one way or the other, each of us contributes towards the degradation of climate. We use cell phones. We have servers. We are on email. The servers have a lot of emissions which contribute to climate change. There's a lot of e-waste which is necessary because of the tools of trade that we use. So each of us needs to be incentivized to be part of this climate change story. Without that, we will not be able to scale it, and will not have as much impact as we want to have to save our planet.
No, it's very true. Filmmakers especially are guilty of all our tools of our trade, from the hard disks to the tapes to where do all these things go? Zainab, what's your parting shot?
For me, two things. One, it's important to know that there's no one-size-fits-all solution. It's important to know that climate change affects different communities differently, even within Kenya. The needs for a community in one part of the country are not the same as the needs for a community in another part of the country. This therefore means you can't copy and paste solutions. The solutions have to be tailored, community tailored, specific to a certain community to address their specific needs, because the needs will vary from group to group. And secondly, I feel that we can meet and talk about all these fancy things and come up with all kinds of fancy solutions. But if government is not supporting, then we might as well be doing nothing. Because if government does not provide the enabling, all these solutions, all these things, we were saying, the documents you come up with, will just sit in a shelf and rot. Why government needs to provide the environment is there's a feeling also that government could also be the weak link in the climate conversation, because on one end, government will talk about, oh, we need to plant trees, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this. But on the other end, government is not funding the research required to actually come up with those solutions. Government is not funding these tree planting initiatives. The Ministry of Environment has a plan to plant, I think, 50 million trees over the next 2 years. They don't have the money to do that. They will submit a budget and Treasury will slash that budget. You see, so on one end, the government talks about all these fancy things, but on the other, stifling those same solutions by failing to give the money to actually do what they need, and continues to approve. Nairobi right now, the temperatures in Nairobi right now have risen from about 18.8 degrees in the 50s to now 19.5 degrees. You can see that difference in 50 years. And that's because our capital city is now a concrete jungle. We are approving all these concrete constructions without a plan for how we will contain all this heat that this concrete jungle is going to be generating. Why are we not telling every contractor you must submit a plan of how you incorporate trees into your construction, how you will harness green energy so that you can maintain the city to be cool? So I feel government will talk big, or we can also sit and talk big, but if government is not supporting the talk and not supporting the actions, then we'll just keep having this conversation every day.
Very, very true. Pete?
As it's unfortunate that we're dealing with climate change and its repercussions, and it's affecting a lot of people individually, collectively, but I'm optimistic in a sense, because I think especially the younger generation, people are getting more aware, but what's making me more optimistic is I'm sure there are storytellers out there who are documenting, telling stories about climate change. And it's coming up. Like we started from a very low base, but right now the young, energized, and they want to tell the world, we want to tell the villagers what's happening. And what we need to be talking about is maximizing on the impact of these funds, but also maximizing on spreading the knowledge as much as possible. And then hopefully, because sometimes change comes from the ground, and when there's more people who know what needs to be done, it will trickle up, and maybe our governments will take it seriously, and many other governments will take the issue seriously. So it's unfortunate we're here, but I'm optimistic that change will come.
Wow, thank you so much to Pete, Zainab, Sami, and Liza for being here and having this conversation. I feel like there has to be a lot of listening and adaptation that needs to happen in the next, just from today, from now, for us to move forward. Thank you so much for listening to this conversation, and I would love to hand over to Wanja to take us to the next segment.
Thank you so much. Sam, really appreciate the conversations and you bringing us to this point and navigating through the different perspectives, from the jargon of climate to translating that creatively and to finally getting it to the audience, and also just identifying the gaps that exist between and within the different stakeholders. Thank you. So now we are going to do as is. And this poll is about some of the things that we are hearing, some of the sessions that have happened since morning. It's very simple, and it's going to take about a minute of your time. It's going to come up on your screen in a minute, and then just click yes or no. We just love to know what you think, and voila, there it is. So it's 2 questions. Just go on. The first one is, can storytelling help demystify climate issues to the public? And the second question is, do you think information on climate finance should be made more available to the public? We'd love to hear what you think on these 2 questions. So go on and give us a quick vote. Just click on your screen. You know, I never recognize the following. All right. Do we have the poll results? How are we looking? And here we are. We have the quick results out. On question 1, we have a resounding yes. Yes, storytelling can help demystify climate issues to the public. Second question is also a resounding yes. We are in agreement. Do you think information on climate finance should be made possible and available to the public? Yes, it's a yes, yes, yes. Thank you for your participation. We're going to be making all this available later on the website and on all our platforms. And now, just join us. We're about to get into some quick vox pops. These are just opinions that we collected of people in different areas in the city on what they think about different topics on climate, from renewable energy to climate finance, just trying to gauge where we are at on the discourse of climate. So that's coming up right next. And then after that, we're going to get into putting money into perspective, where we are saying that there's a reason why certain narratives spread and stick, and one of them is because they're paid for. So how can we then start normalizing to pay for this work? So that's how our afternoon agenda is going to look. And so going now into the vox pops. Thank you so much.
Whenever I hear the word climate change, whatever comes into my mind is about nature. The way we have interfered with the environment that has caused the environment to change.
What I can describe climate change generally is changes in the environmental changes. That is when maybe people are expecting rain, it doesn't rain. When people are expecting sunshine, then it starts raining. That kind of diversity in the climate.
Venye nalia ni weather na make climate, so venye tunabadilisha weather for a long time, climate inabadilika. Na zile vitu tunakaa kusema hizo kukata miti, tunabadilisha climate.
Hii weather kubadilika, kunakuwa cold, kunakuwa mara jua, haina ile msimamo.
Tulikuwa tunazoea mvua mwezi wa 4. Alafu sasa tunaona sasa kama hii wakati ilinyesha mwezi wa 2 mpaka mwezi wa 4 hatujakuwa na mvua vile. Sasa hivyo kulingana na hiyo climate change ina affect kama vyakula kwa shamba. Kama mlikuwa mnatarajia hiyo mvua ikuje kuze hiyo mimea kwa shamba, au unaona mvua ikichelewa inakuwa affected.
For me, basically, I'll just put climate change as rain, sunshine. That is what I know. Change of environment and maybe change of climate pattern, raining, sunny, drought, yeah.
When I hear the word climate change, what crosses my mind is that the change in weather and climate. It can be either sunshine or rain.
All right, and that was another fantastic session. I think there's just so much that's been learned today, so much that's been discussed and debated, and it's really great that the storytellers had a really big part of the last session, and here we are with another session for storytellers again. I want to introduce my colleague and friend, Tony Kamau, who we are going to be speaking about climate money with, but in the context of storytelling. So Tony Kamau is a PGA Peabody nominated producer, and she is a member of the Academy for Motion Picture Art and Sciences. She founded We Are Not the Machine, which tells stories of outsiders, rebels, and change makers. So you can kind of already get the feeling about the kind of producer and storyteller that Toni is, even from that. Her past directing and producing credits include TV documentaries for Al Jazeera, MTV Europe, and BBC World. Softy, produced by Toni and directed by Sam Soko, premiered at Sundance in 2020 and was selected as the opening night film at Hot Docs in Toronto in 2020. I Am Samuel, a feature produced by Toni and directed by Pete Morimi. Actually, and incidentally, these are both filmmakers who were in our last session. I think you saw samples of their amazing work. Has recently had its European premiere at the BFI London Film Festival. Toni's currently in production on a documentary about home and belonging, and in development on 2 factual series, not 1 but 2, exploring the legacy of colonialism in Africa. And that's why I'm just so excited to be sharing the stage with you.
For that warm welcome. I'm so happy to be here. Loved the last session, and yeah, it was full of brilliant filmmakers. Sam Soko and Pete Morimi are some of the most incredible filmmakers, and DocuBox grantees as well. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it would help, Toni, maybe if we sort of framed this conversation, because a lot of the discussions that have been happening this morning have been around, reimagining partnerships in the climate landscape. There's been a lot of talk around, where's the money and so on. It'd be nice to frame this conversation around what we're really looking at as storytellers when we talk about financing. So global nations, known as developed countries, are required to provide finances to support more vulnerable nations. But let's kind of open up the context so it feels, so our audience can just be on exactly the same page as us, when we're speaking about finances and why we need them. And actually, I think I'm going to just use an example from a film that changed conversation on climate.
Which one?
Which one?
Which
you
one?
want to know, right?
Yeah.
This is actually a film called An Inconvenient Truth, and that film was, I think it's a good 10 years, since more, 15 years. I think it was produced in 2006, and I'm just going to read it. Let me read a little excerpt that will frame what it did. So a decade ago, climate change was a huge problem, still is, but even bigger, 15 years ago, with a really small audience. And unless you were part of a handful of brave policymakers, concerned scientists, or loyal readers of this particular online magazine that I've taken this from, Grist, it's fair to say that the threat of a rapidly warming world took a backseat to everything. And then here comes this film, ta-da-ta-da, An Inconvenient Truth. And what was it about? There was someone who'd run to be president, Al Gore, had not succeeded, had failed. He'd had this slideshow that he'd been taking around the world 1,000 times. It was getting some attention, but not that much. And here comes the film. And next thing, it won an Oscar. Al Gore won, shared the Nobel Prize. Okay, maybe it didn't save the world, but it certainly got the conversation going. And the thing is, even 10 years later, maybe that's part of why we're here. Because a film, a story, a producer, someone saw this happening and they thought, you know what? I'm not just going to make a quick snapshot of Al Gore and his slideshow. I'm going to follow him around. Do you know how much that film cost to make?
I think you're going to tell us.
I think I'm going to tell you. Yeah, $1.5 million, which in Hollywood terms is not a lot. For us, it's a lot. Yeah?
That's a number of films.
That's like all our films for the last couple of years, So, Toni, I want to kind of bounce this back on you. I mean, you've made great films that have done so well in the last couple of years. When you hear this, what does this trigger for you? This story of Inconvenient Truth and this, all the different kinds of social justice topics that we need to be telling stories about. Can we do it? Are we doing it? What are the issues? that you as a producer face?
Yeah, I would just say that actually Inconvenient Truth is one of the first documentaries I ever watched. And I was crushed when Al Gore did not win the presidency, but I think he went on to do something really amazing, which was change the conversation when it came to talking about climate change. And you know, like what this triggers for me, Al Gore was doing slideshows, and then someone came in and put money, actually the Skoll Foundation put in a lot of money into turning this into a documentary.
It was a foundation?
Yeah, yeah.
Like an American foundation?
I think it's an American foundation. Mm-hmm. And of course, I think he was traveling around America, he was telling the story. So that became the narrative, and in that country, that climate change was an urgent thing. And what that triggers for me is the fact that they were able to raise money within their country, which is something we struggle with as producers, like, or even as filmmakers. Like, for example, if I give a quick example of both Softy and I Am Samuel, like Softy, the initial financing that Sam Soko got, because he's director and producer on that project, was from Just Films, which is an American association. Then he used his own money to start working on the project, and then when it had developed until a certain stage, after a few years, that's when he got interest from outside of the country. But when we were even pitching outside of the country, because we were asking outsiders for money, they were thinking about their audiences. When broadcasters were putting money into something like Softy, when we went to pitching forums, they were asking, how will our audiences understand your film? So this becomes a question of whoever pays the piper calls the tune.
It's true, and that's so, that's such an important point, Tony, because, I mean, I remember when Sam was making the film, and even then, as he was making it, he was really thinking about audiences here.
Yes.
The whole way along, he really was so committed to this film being received here. He was interested in what conversations it would trigger, but, as you say, he who
calls a piper pays the tune. I mean, we were fortunate that we had an amazing team around us and allies. Doc Society.
Your partnerships were awesome.
They were awesome. DocuBox, you came on board as well. Doc Society was such amazing partners as EPs.
Yay, Doc Society. We love them.
Yeah, and POV and Hot Docs, and they were such amazing partners. So we were able to have this conversation about the fact that we wanted it to reach out to both American audiences, but also back home, because ultimately that was important for us. But this is the question. If we are making films at a certain quality level, unfortunately at this point, the reality is a lot of time we're looking for money outside of this country. Outside of DocuBox and a few local foundations, we're looking for this money.
Which
there's
is
DOCA
great,
as well.
Yeah. Documentary Africa.
Yeah, there's DOCA as well. But we're looking for a lot of this money outside of the country. Broadcasters at this point are not putting money into documentaries. We have to pay to get our documentaries on TV.
And out there are also a lot of cultural funds, there are government funds, because people really realize that stories matter. And stories can change narratives and begin movements.
Yes, they can. I mean, stories, because like people connect. When you think about a story, you don't think about the 5 things that you learned about climate change and the data and the statistics. You think about, how did it make me feel? That's what you think about. And that's the power of documentary, and that's the power of this incredible work that we do, because where people are allowing us into their lives to follow them, to share their emotional journeys and their up and down, where you can connect with people and audiences, and that's what stays with people. That's what stays with people. Like the stats, the statistics never stay with people, and I think that's something that I think needs to start happening locally. Local organizations need to start putting their money behind storytellers, because it costs money to tell these stories.
It does. And actually, when I think about it, so many of us have, as filmmakers, you take on these jobs that often you are being asked for a really well-meaning non-profit that maybe has a well that or a series of wells that they're digging, or a cause that they're fighting for, and they mean so well, and they sort of feed you with this folder of statistics and data, and they say, we can shoot this in 3 days. And you can, but I don't know if anyone watches or re-watches or is moved by these sorts of films, as opposed to a film like, Softy or An Inconvenient Truth, where you're rooting you're rooting for something and therefore becoming emotionally entangled in this journey, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. Or the boy who harnessed the wind. Can you remember that?
Yeah.
It was like I cried. I really cried after I watched that story, and it really it stayed with me. You know, like the journey that he had to go through, and you were thinking about the environment. And I mean, I don't want to discredit the videos about the impact that people are making on the ground, but I think we have to think about the fact that who are you making these videos for?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Tony,
yeah.
Can I tell you something?
Uh-huh.
You're not going to believe it. Right here, we had yesterday this amazing man called John Migiro, and there is the boy who harnessed the wind in Zambia. Is it? We have the man who harnessed the water here in Kenya.
Wow!
And his story began the same way. He was a young boy in Standard 3. He saw a dynamo working on a bike. Today, he has this enormous hydro plant based on a waterfall in Murang'a. But we don't know about him because we made a little film about him, which we showed yesterday, but we need to make big films about people like this because they aren't the only ones. They're amazing, but we're just not telling enough stories about the amazing, innovative geniuses that we have right here in our midst who are working actively to change the course of this continent.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. I'm going to make sure I watch that documentary.
Please do.
It sounds great. Yeah, but what you're saying is true, like narrative change, you know, we need volume, you know? We can't have like one story being done. You know, after we did Softy, we would love, I think Soko and I would love if 10 other people did like 10 different versions of Softy so that we can start, you know, changing the narrative and changing the conversation about like what we should be doing as Kenyans and what our stories are and the fact that we have agency. And for that to happen, for us to start having volume, we need to start having access to, we need to start having local funding from Kenya, from Kenyan organizations, from Kenyan individuals.
And African,
from family,
because it's a great
from foundations, Africa, and from family foundations. Don't build another mall. Let your legacy be an incredible film about people who are creating change.
We have a lot to learn from the Nigerians. There's a lot of Nigerians in the house.
Woo!
Shout out to Nigeria, who have joined us over the last 2 years. Guys, we really love, you know, what you're doing with your industry, and we're inspired by it. There's so much local support, local funding, local audiences. If we could also just take, you know, this energy that Nigeria puts into its films and find a way to make really great social justice films or other narrative films with, you know, and gather the larger budgets that we need to tell stories that can travel both locally, Pan-African, and on the continent and abroad, globally too.
No, definitely, definitely. I mean, I was in Realness, which is a producers network, and one of the producers, Melissa Adeyemo, her film, Eyifome, which has done really well in the American film circuit. It was picked up for distribution, and it's a very Nigerian story about a family drama, and that was funded by a Nigerian family.
There you go.
They raised private financing from Nigeria, and I think that that's very inspiring in terms of the fact that they were able to raise the money locally.
Do that thing. It's a self-belief that you know we have to take that fire that's been lit there and bring our matches and come and light those same fires in all 54 countries on the continent.
Yeah, and
so
hopefully at the same time.
She actually got support to make. What was this film?
No, I mean they got
about?
support. They got support to produce the film locally. So it was two brothers who co-directed it, and they raised support like from Nigeria. They raised most of their money there. So that meant that they were the ones in control in terms of the narrative, in terms of talking about like what's important to them story-wise, in terms of talking about what's important audience-wise, because at the end of the day, this is both a creative enterprise, but there's also the business side of things. Yeah, and whoever finances the film, whoever finances distribution, whoever finances marketing is ultimately the one who makes the decisions. So So, and as an African producer, and this is a conversation that we've been having as African producers in Realness, which was in Creative Indaba, which is a Pan-African network of producers. And the thing that we were saying was that we need to, stop begging, going with begging bowls outside and saying, please fund my film. But because money always comes with strings, and they will say, okay, we'll fund your film, but we want it told this way.
Yeah.
Yes. Because we want it told for our audiences at the end of the day.
Do you know, Tony, it's so interesting because in the last couple of days, there are so many themes that have been coming up because we've had community groups here, community activists, we had government join us here today, and there are certain themes that have arisen around colonialism, historical injustices, and so on. And you can tell us as much or as little as you want about a project that you have coming up, because I'm curious. You have a project that you're working on, which is really delving into colonial legacy. It's a brilliant project. But how easy do you think to raise money for this abroad? Where would you prefer to raise money for this film that deals so much on colonial injustices with humor? It's very satirical, it's very funny. How do you see...
I'm glad you said that because I was confused because I have multiple colonial projects.
True. I'm talking about the one that just...
Yes, the series.
Maybe laugh out loud, but is so packed full of truth.
So that project called Post-Colonial, so it's a satirical series looking at the legacy of colonialism in Africa, very many different touch points. We would ideally love for that money to be raised in Kenya. And we have been fortunate because the Kenya Film Commission is listened to Kenyan filmmakers, and they came up with a development fund to be able to fund development for different projects, TV, documentaries. There's an incredible slate of other people who have been funded. So we got our initial seed funding here, and we've been able to put together a writing room that reflects the kind of people that we want to be in the driver's seat of telling the story. If we had gotten funding elsewhere for development, then we wouldn't have had as much agency over how we choose to tell the stories.
You wouldn't have been as brave.
We wouldn't have been as
you would
brave.
Have been, but you'd have had to spend a lot of energy fighting for why you want to tell this story this way, from your African perspective, with the truths that need to be told, right?
Yes, no, we'd have spent a lot of time fighting, and because we had the space to start working on our development room and writing, and we hired this incredible researcher called Chayo Tayana, and Tony Koros is also working on the project, an incredible Kenyan writer. We were able to really think about the stories that we want to tell and what we find funny. And when we pitched it to someone outside of the country, a potential commissioner, they said, oh my God, this is such a fresh perspective. And we were like, yeah, that's because it was funded locally. That's why it's a fresh perspective, because it's not a Western view of how we should talk about colonialism.
Right.
This is our gaze as Kenyans looking at something that's affected us and something that's a lived experience. So when it comes to climate change stories, if we want to have Kenyans as the heroes, if we want to have more Kenyans being portrayed as people with agency, money needs to come from here, because it's not going to come from anywhere else. Why would anyone else what is the motive, for someone else to put someone else's perspective at the forefront if they are paying for the story to be told.
It's so true. And I'm hoping that everyone's, sort of understanding just that subtle difference, because, here, the last couple of days, we've been talking a lot about climate justice money, and the whole, the whole theory or the whole truth about that is carbon emissions have risen over the years, especially after the Industrial Revolution, of which we were not, we're not in that mix, and up, so all the emissions that have happened since then, or a lot of them, are really what helped develop the Western world. And so when, we gather to ask where the climate justice money is, it's because richer nations have been like, oh, actually, we have been emitting a lot to get where we are, and to ask you guys to catch up, we're going to have to help, because you've only you know, sort of put 5%, less than 5% of the emissions have been caused by Africa. But story is different because even being able to verbalize that story or the various other sort of stories of injustice, there's a position that we have that we need to be able to raise the financing for, right?
So that we can have control over our narrative and so that we can shape it from here. So, I mean, that's really, really important, you know, to be able to, just be in charge, because we can't keep on begging. You know, Africa has to stop begging.
Yeah, we are the greatest storytellers, but
can you give us money?
Yeah. I want to ask you to close, because, you know, we do tell great stories and we have lots of great proverbs. And there's one that something we talked about, that you were sharing a little earlier. Maybe you could close.
Yeah, I mean, there's this famous quote or proverb by Chinua Achebe. Until the lion learns to write, then all the stories about hunting will glorify the hunter. Okay, I'm paraphrasing. But I would like to add something else to that.
You want to work on Chinua Achebe's words?
Yes, imagine.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Imagine, I want to do that, the audacity. But I would like to say, like, until the lion learns to write, then all stories will glorify the hunter. However, someone needs to pay for the lion's writing to be produced, to be printed, to be distributed, you know, for marketing. Like, it's not that story is not just going to travel on its own.
Yeah.
So what we need to say is that, yes, we have such amazing African creatives who are telling stories in Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Tunisia. People are telling incredible stories, but we need money backing these incredible storytellers.
To turn those stories and that writing into productions that will move people.
Yeah, that will move people and that will change the narratives. Yeah.
Tony, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This has been a pleasure. And yeah, I hope people with money have listened and they will fund all of these different projects happening across the continent.
We hope you're all hearing that.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Climate change has been experienced in terms of, like, the way I was talking about the rains and so on. They have affected generally the way of life of people.
In a way, imeni affect kwa soda iendi vizuri. Kama mimi niko na fridge, soda unapata iendi kwa sababu ya baridi. Lakini on the other hand, maziwa yache na move.
Ni affect kwa sababu mazao haijatoka vizuri kwa shamba. Hasa inabidi wakati naenda sokoni kama mimi mwanabiashara napata kama bidhaa kama nyanya, kitunguu imepanda bei kwa sababu iko kwa uchacha, iko kwa wingi sababu climate change may affect.
Climate change affects me personally. I'll put it personally because I do agriculture. Because even after doing everything, after kulima, all those things, there's no rain. So you'll have to invest in water. If we had enough rain, it couldn't be a struggle to me. That is personally, and it's also affecting me as a woman because too much heat. It's not good for me as a woman, especially when I'm on my menses. It's affecting me in different ways.
I can say the most area that is affected by climate change is in the city because we don't have spaces to plant trees. Unlike in the rural areas, in the villages, there are spaces, there are lands to plant trees.
Yes, I've heard about that because NEMA has a budget, and NEMA is the one which is concerned usually with the climate, with the environment. But I don't know if the money is channeled into the right use, because if you look at some lakes like Lake Nakuru, also they allow the railway to pass through Nairobi National Park. That one contributes to climate change.
Yeah, I've read somewhere about the policies the government intends to formulate. I have been indulged in planting of trees that are organized by the Green Belt movement and some government agencies.
For now, sijazisikia.
Hapana, jana pesa yote. Maybe kuna wakubwa wanakula hiyo pesa, lakini mimi na watu wengine sijawaona hiyo pesa.
Mimi sijaisikia. Sijaisikia hiyo.
Sijawahi zipata.
Hajawahi fika mahali popote ninapita, kwa sababu hata hasa kijijini mahali naishi sijawahi sikia mtu akiongea mambo ya pesa ya climate imefika huko. Reserve pia sijawahi sikia.
Sijawahi kusikiza.
No, I've never heard about climate funds in Kenya. Maybe when I go through online and I see it in other countries, but not in Kenya.
Honestly, I've not come across any fund. If it's there, then I can say they have a lot of work to do. They need to reach out to so many people. Because I am one of them who is not aware of these funds.
Yeah, greetings everyone. My name is Francis Karogo, Principal Consultant at Revamp Consulting Limited, which is an affiliate of DocuBox in matters policy and monitoring and evaluation. Also a Global Justice Fellow at Yale University. And I have a power panel here that includes faces that we have seen since yesterday. On my far left is Julius Bhatia from Power Africa and climate activist. Next to him is Sharon Kibor from Christian Aid. And on my right is Judy Kibinge, Executive Director at DocuBox. And on my far right is Sam Koko. Soko, yes. Filmmaker, director, producer. Welcome to this panel. And joining us online is Percy Ogola, program manager at SID. And should I call this the moderators panel, where we are hitting the home stretch now. And I think what we need to talk about right about now is we've had power conversations since yesterday and this morning. And Judy, I just want to start with you, because I heard you earlier today saying that we need to have a third day. What informed that? Why do we need a third day?
I just felt that every panel, here we are with DocuBox. Our main role is we support independent filmmaking, independent storytellers, and we're filmmakers ourselves. And so to kind of get the chance to be immersed in these climate conversations, stripped from the data or all the things that cloud us from understanding what it's about. It's fascinating. It's really, really fascinating. And when you begin to understand how much can be done, if only we could get on the same page as far as conversations and a similar joint understanding is concerned. And I was feeling that thing coming together, and I thought, we're about to end. We need a third day.
Great. Percy, tell us, do we need a third day? And as we look at doing this again a year down the line, and maybe you could just, dig deeper into the conversation you had with Ude, Halima, and Martha yesterday. And as we do that, tell us, as we move into next year, who else do we need to bring on the stage to talk about green energy in Africa, per se?
It's a pleasure to join you all today. I'm so sorry I miss you all on the ground, but technology has ensured that we're able to see each other. Do we need one more day? No, I think we need a whole week. It feels like this should be a conversation and a discourse that should continue going on and on and on. And just the panel we had yesterday, in very simple words for me, was very powerful, very informative, very inspirational, because we had even, the man who had nursed the water from Kenya joining the panel as well, Magiro. We had a scientist on the panel who was digging deep into some of the issues that we really don't understand or usually don't talk about. But we also had Halima Hussein, who brought in the legal aspect that tackles regulation, the energy laws, the parliamentary conversations that we should also be a part of. So for me, this conversation was not exclusive, yet there is still so much we need to talk about and so much we need to unpack and demystify in the energy climate nexus. And some of it is just as simple as distinguishing the difference between sustainable energy, clean energy, renewable energy, and green energy. These are 4 different terminologies that refer to energy, but that mean different things to different people. So a lot of the conversation still remains to happen. There's a lot of opportunity to bring in the whole system in the room. And just who is missing for next year's conversation? Academia, private sector. Where are the youth in the energy transition story? Where are the women? So that for me is just how much more we need to broaden the conversation and also look at what the foreign corporations are doing in the energy space in this continent. Thanks.
Wow. Thank you very much, Percy. Sharon, you had a great conversation, which was, incisive conversation with the community organizers. And my question to you is, now that we are almost drawing to a close this year's session, as we go into next year, are we talking to the right people as far as community organizers are concerned? And are we talking to communities or are we talking with communities?
Thank you, Francis. I think with the conversations that happened yesterday, it was rather clear that we haven't been talking with the communities. I think in the past, the conversations have really been to the communities, telling the communities, this is what you need, this is what is important, this is how you should participate and get involved. But I think the narrative and the experience from yesterday's conversation is that communities want to collaborate. Communities want to be given a space where they are speaking to us and with us so that it's a two-way conversation. Most importantly, the question on whether we are involving communities enough. Are we? I don't think so. Are there avenues that from, for example, the Constitution, where communities are supposed to be involved? Yes, they are. But are we really involving them? Are we exploring those avenues in a way that is giving communities the prominence and the space that they need? So those really are the key questions. And I guess regarding who should also be involved in this conversation going forward, let's think about how we bring on board counties, because that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where the conversations on development and prioritizing important projects and interventions happen. Looking at the you know, the funding that comes from taxpayers' money. This is communities' money. They should be able to have a say over how this money is being spent.
Wow, Sharon, thank you very much. Sam, you had another session with, participants from media, from, filmmakers, directors. And I want to tell, I would probably just take a few minutes and tell us, whom do you think we have not brought from that, from that component?
I think that's a really interesting and good question, because even from hearing the feedback from the conversations that have happened, that happened yesterday and continue to happen, is I feel storytellers and stories like such an important component in transformation and engaging, and we need to have the backing of the public whom engage in story every day from different platforms through nowadays even from mobile phones. So the conversations we had today brought something really important to the fore, and I think everybody's saying we need to bring the communities together, we need to bring all the stakeholders together. However, we forget that at the core of what you're trying to communicate, you're trying to tell a story. And one thing that came up in the morning was that we've had this habit where we engage with storytellers at the tail end. Once we've made up our minds, we've come up with the reports, we have all these great things we want to engage, that's when we're like, now you tell them what we've said. And the storytellers are like, no, we also want to look good when we're telling these things. We also want to communicate and engage communities effectively. And our work, the main tenet of our work is based on, we start with the community. We actually ask the community, how do you want to hear this? How do you want to listen? Can you understand what I'm saying? So there's, for instance, things like when you're speaking about emissions and energy, those words don't have translation with the communities you're trying to communicate with. So there is important work that needs to go into listening to each other, listening to the storytellers and the communicators. And these storytellers are not only the journalists who work in this space, the filmmakers who work in this space, the writers who work in this space. And these people work with different demographics. They communicate with children, they communicate with the elderly, they communicate with women, they communicate with different people in these spaces. And you need those people at the table from a very early point of engagement. They're not people that you engage with at a monitoring and evaluation space. And I think that's something that was very clear, and I feel it's an important piece to the puzzle.
Wow. Thank you, Sam. Julius, in the morning we had the conversation about climate finance and the money. So this time next year, will we be talking about the same things?
Interesting foretelling, and I wouldn't want it to be we're talking about the same thing. What I would want to see is us talking about the possibilities that are there to actually unlock, tap into, and access finance, because then that is when transformation can genuinely happen. But just to come back a bit, we need to appreciate the fact that that is a conversation which we are having, just to say, for the first time within the public space, at such a high level, just to also put it that way, because then we brought together a community person, we brought together a researcher, we brought together a government person, an expert in climate finance issues, and we also brought together someone from the civil society organizations. So all of these people do meet apart from the community person. So they barely meet the community person on a day-to-day basis. But the other colleagues we do meet, we are friends actually in the circle. So how about building friendships that actually also want to solve the problem of why the money, where the money, and how to even access the money? All right? So the biggest bit about this conversation moving forward is, how do we pull ourselves back and want to ask the difficult question around co-creating solutions that would actually enable a community person overcome the barriers that we talked about today, that would also enable a government person curate programming that really reflects the ambitions of the people and the public themselves, and also reflects the needs of communities. Remember what the community person said? They actually said, if the problem is at our local place, we can actually tell you what the solution would look like. You don't do designing just at the high level and expect that to be owned by us at the local level. And that is a very interesting statement, because then unless you have insight into what the problem is at the root, we cannot talk about transformational change. So the kind of discourse we are looking at in the next 1 year should be, how do we make transformational change a reality? How do we make access to finance? How do we actually allow finance to move to the people who need it the most? The communities, the mamamboga, how we use it in this country, you know, Wanjiko, how we call it, the common wananchi. How do we actually also allow finance to get to the creative space and allow filmmakers and also allow journalists, if I can put them also in that list, to access financing that enables them generate stories? Because then also that should be climate finance. Why? Because we want people to be aware. Unless we are aware, we cannot act on the problem. So I am looking at a 2022 that is really transformational, if I would call it, but we have actually just started.
Precisely. Pasi, let me come back to you again, and we are talking about, and I think we have found a weak link in the interconnectedness of the players and actors in this space. So what do you think are the incentives that would bring these actors in this climate debate together as we go into the next year and into the future? What is your take on that, Pasi?
Great, thank you so much. I think what is the incentive? A very interesting question, and it's something we've been experimenting with as well. I think a lot of the times, the different key stakeholders in the sector, and I speak specifically to the energy sector, is the fact that we are each doing different things in our different spaces of influence, but what each stakeholder is doing in their different space directly affect what another stakeholder is doing, or if there was an opportunity to synergize, they would have a bigger impact and a bigger influence. So for us, we always try to have a linkage. How can academia and the research being done around sustainable energy in our university impact policy that the policymakers are making in the different areas of leadership? How can that same academia use the research that's coming out of the university to support the private sector to be able to better plan for the future? And then you have the media, who is also a key stakeholder, and that brings in also the creatives that we've been talking and engaging with these 2 days, and they literally share or disseminate those stories, those initiatives, those reports, those research. So they're very, very key. How do we bring them in? So and for them, it's an issue of content. What are we publishing? What are we airing? You know, some of these films that we've watched today, how can we better disseminate them so that we're bringing the general public on board? We're feeding into the work policy is doing, academia and private sector. And I think the moment we can see that our work is interconnected and can have a greater impact, then we have reached the mark and the incentive. So instead of seeing our work as silos and separate from each other, it's an opportunity to see that we truly have the same interest and we can come together to have a greater impact. But I don't think we're there yet. We're on the right path, but there's an opportunity to do it better. So I'm very encouraged that DocuBox and this Climate Story Lab Africa has actually brought some of us together, people who would usually not sit in the same platform and discuss these issues. We need more of this. And the excitement and the questions and the learning and the inspiration that is coming out of it will naturally usher us into that desirable future that we're creating in our different spaces.
Great. Thank you, Pasi. Sam, I want to come back to you again on, because we've been running these last 2 days on the platform of art and culture, media, and I'd want you to speak to what are the pieces or what are the incentives from both the demand and the supply of media and media actors that would help us, intensify this conversation even in the future?
That's a really good question, and I think number one, just to put it out there, money. The storytelling is as intensive and it is as important as every other cog to this whole conversation. And the way you engage in with money is not only money for like, here's the money, go tell the story. It's from a capacity building point of view, in that all the terminologies and everything that's happening, everything that's working, we are not experts in the space. And I feel a lot of filmmakers don't necessarily, or storytellers don't necessarily want to be experts in the space, but they want to engage and find this knowledge. And there has to be financial incentive for them to engage in that space, to understand what's happening and what's taking place. But then the other thing is financing in the process of doing the work. And in this, financing is not the one for, there's this memes that always make rounds of like, client expectation and client budget. So we always have the expectation of, we want you to tell a story that's going to change the world, but I will only buy you lunch. Those two things don't go hand in hand. And that kind of, whenever you're thinking about financing for whatever conversation or project that's going to take place, then it's important to look at it from a highly holistic point of view. Another thing that I think is important for us to seriously think and consider and work on moving forward is empowering communities to tell their stories. Not necessarily investing in quote-unquote outsiders to come to tell the story of what is happening here. It is, one of the panelists we had was a filmmaker from a community that is, whose story is seldom told, whose story we seldom hear, but they have a greater understanding of what's happening in the community. They have a greater respect of what's happening in the community. And they're like the best person to tell that story. So invest in that storyteller, in that filmmaker to tell that story. Otherwise, we will constantly be hearing narratives that are told by other people based on their notions and perceptions of what's taking place, which is very different. And that covers more spaces, more than the climate change space. But because of how important climate change is in our world right now, and how we have to engage in it immediately, then it's important for us to engage and invest in those storytellers, in those communities, in their different platforms, right? Lastly is we need to adapt to what's taking place, and particularly the media models that are taking place. A lot more people access their content through, for instance, mobile phones and mobile platforms. Say a platform like TikTok, for example. What are we trying to do to engage in those platforms? And we're not trying to reduce a 10-page document into a TikTok video. You can't do that. So how do you engage with the storytellers and be like, this is what I'm trying to say, and work together and be like, okay, perhaps this is how we can engage in these platforms.
Wow. Thank you very much, Sam. Sharon, let me come back to you again, and let's talk women and youth. What do you think needs to happen, or what bits and pieces do we need to bring into this conversation to make sure that we are involving women and youth as we talk about climate and climate change?
Thank you very much, Francis, for that question. I think one of the key things that came off our conversation yesterday was that the panel was kind of representative, but maybe not very youthful. It was more of a gender panel than it's thought about youth. But I think from that conversation, we could tell that women and men, youth, children, the different segments of the population have different experiences with regards to how climate change is impacting their lives. So for us to bring them on board, I think there are tried ways that communities themselves have sort of implemented. So for example, ensuring that during public participation processes and spaces at the county, you have a real representation. And when I talk of real representation, I'm not saying you just have women sitting in the space, but that women actually have an opportunity to speak out. So there's quite a bit of work to be done behind the scenes where you prepare the women and the youth so that they are able to share in confidence, but also specific issues that have actually been thought through by women and youth and communities and agreed upon. So during one of the sessions with the climate finance conversation, someone talked about some vulnerability assessments that are done. That really gives communities a clear view of how these impacts affect the different segments in the community. So I think, as it's been mentioned, money is critical in doing some of these things behind the scenes, but also just creating those spaces where now they can make this presentation and say, this is what is important to us, and this is how we think it can be solved. Remember, they are the custodians of even the solutions to the challenges that they are facing. The other opportunity, I think, is to change our perceptions as CSOs, as counties, as national governments, as all the players really, towards how we see communities. You know, we make assumptions that communities do not know. We make assumptions that there is no knowledge within communities, especially communities that are marginalized. But really, these communities have had different ways of surviving. Why are we not making use of this indigenous knowledge and strategies and experiences, and seeing how they could, you know, be aligned to county planning processes and influencing development as a whole, not just for climate change, but development as a whole in a way that is sustainable. So I would say those are the two key things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Judy, let me come back to you. And from a facilitator's point of view, we are talking action. We are talking action planning. And, you know, DocuBox having been able to, of course with other partners, being able to pull off this event. How does the next 12 months look like? And what kind of collaborations do you think would be useful in, taking this conversation into the action level?
I mean, I think the first thing that we have to do is probably take a deep breath, and just listen, really us, go through our transcripts, talk about the sparks that was set off, so rather than rushing into act, just to take that moment. As we were talking, I was thinking about just a very unlikely conversation, actually, that Pasi and I had yesterday, right after the event. And she has to come in on this one, because who would ever have known that she was, she deals with African futures, and this takes the form of African sci-fi, plays a role in this. We're talking about climate change. We're talking about 10 years from now. What's that going to look like? It's interesting. In researching for this particular conference, I was looking through the novels, the fictional novels that are being written by writers anywhere in the world about the ways in which the world is changing, climate and so on. They're all from the West, and they're all being released like this. There's at least 15 books on this whole apocalyptic world and what climate will do and how the weather will change. And somehow the things that we read, the things that we absorb, the things that we feel emotion about are the things that actually provoke action. And so when Pasi was just telling me these fascinating scenarios that at SID she's been working on these African future scenarios and other young African thinkers who understand, for instance, the impact and the power of story. And that story can be fiction, but it's fiction based on a very real foundation of present truth. So for me, I don't know what these things are going to set off. But for instance, next time, I can see Pasi and I curating an African sci-fi series every afternoon. We do the mornings, we do the talks, and then in the afternoon we show an African sci-fi film. Or we have a writer, an African sci-fi writer, come and read from his novel or spoken word, and we talk about what this means. We see if how we can turn it into these bigger a blockbuster film that will make us really sit up and have a real, an even deeper conversation the next time. And we've seen the power also of just these great documentary films that have been made, whether it was 15, 16 years ago in Inconvenient Truth, more recently, Thank You for the Rain, not around climate justice, but around justice. Your film, Softy. We've seen the power of what happens when you take a story and you put it on a big screen and many people watch this together. And so I just hope everyone who's watching, whether they're working from NGO or government or whether they're philanthropists, whatever country, whether they're in Guinea or Benin or Ghana or Nigeria, because we know all those were signed up, or South Africa. Let's talk, guys. Let's talk. Tell us, what do you want? What do you want to see us? How do you want to collaborate with us next year? Because I think we have to be back next year, right?
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Judy. Yesterday in the green energy debate, we were grappling with the question of how can we introduce like a multiplier effect to have Magiro Power lookalikes. Many of those, in Kenya, in Uganda, across Africa. And Julius, I would want you to tell us, what would it take to unlock finance that would give us Magiro Power lookalikes across Africa?
Interesting question. So you have already someone actually we can reference. That shows you the power of the finance that we already have been able to access. Because then Magiro Power connected with NetFund, and NetFund did actually allow the entire incubation process. And the amazing work that you're seeing was through the partnership, purposed partnership with NetFund, all right? So we need therefore to think about what exactly allows us to connect the idea, all right, with the financier, with the money itself. Because then when those two meet, where we have clarity of intention, and our intention here is to have dignified living for the African people, to have people elevated out of poverty, to have actually sustainable development take course and take root. So the biggest question is therefore, then how do you first overcome the information gap barrier? Because then we know people are out there who want to be impact investors, who want to provide equity financing, who want to provide grants, who want to provide private financing, who want to have a share of upcoming ideas. The question is then, one, where are they when you're thinking about it in the context of an innovator? When you're thinking about it in the context of a community member who has an idea but really doesn't have knowledge on an information on how to scale it out, to try it, to make it work, and scale it out. So the thing you're asking is, how do we then get to have finance that is suited to replicate action that is demonstratable? And then that needs a new thinking. That needs a thinking that does not just stop at a solution. It thinks about the scale of impact that many solutions can have when you're thinking of responding to the climate crisis. That also gets you to think about how then do we want to deepen our programming? Because then we don't want to just have people do calls for innovation and going through a process, then they are told, sorry, we can't get you in because you're not equipped enough, this idea is not good enough for the time, for this opportunity. How do we want to handle that? Then how do we think about the structural changes that need to happen so that we can be able to link the actual ideator, or rather idea promoter, with the finance person including through enhancing their knowledge and capacity to be able to understand that I need to make, and this will be interesting in the climate space, I need to make a business case that is for the people, but at the same time that allows me as an innovator to also get above poverty, get above life that is not dignified because I lack income, all right? So we have to center people, their needs, and also around it build a system that allows us direct innovation, which does not just direct innovation, but also builds through partnership. So breaking the finance barrier is not a one person's problem, it's an all of us problem. Because we have to make sure, therefore, that our financing architecture thinks about a young person, thinks about a woman, thinks about an indigenous person. That means that it has to be centered around human rights. And when we start this discourse, we have to make sure, therefore, that the financing itself is availed. So this is a complex thing that only effective partnership can unpack and tackle.
Wow. Partnerships, collaborations, scalability is what I'm hearing as we look into the next 1 year. Thank you very much. You guys have been great. Sam, Judy, Sharon, Julius, and Percy. I think I want to throw it over to Wanja for the our participants who are joining us online. Wanja, do we have what is happening in the chat box?
Yeah, thank you so much, Francis, for that great conclusion, and to our awesome moderators of the whole 2 days. I think what we have is a lot of, resonance and agreement with what you're saying. For example, we have Zuleika who says, I also think film these days goes global, and so teams in Africa should be paid for an equal level on a film that goes international, rewarding the filmmakers for their skill as we hope to do. So there is a lot of resonance and a lot of agreeing with you in what you're doing. And agreeing in the whole spirit of collaboration. Somebody here, Miriam, says, I would like to think that this wonderful conversation initiated in Kenya should be transferred to the rest of the region and the continent, Africa, and I selfishly would like to have a quick in Uganda. Thank you to everybody and to all the participants. Pontian, I hope I say your name right, says, I really like this idea of collaboration. It was a pleasure to participate, and we would love to keep in touch. So that's pretty much what we're having, and what basically we are summing up a lot of agreeing with you, resonance, and buying into the idea of collaboration, reimagining and rethinking how we move forward.
All right. There we have it. I mean, conversations, drawing from all over Africa and, bringing out all these perspectives that we are looking into, going into the future, bringing all these stakeholders together, government, private sector, finance, and, a very important constituency that Percy talked about. We need to bring in research and academia into this space. We need those policy briefs, we need those policy papers, and we need the private sector, the public sector to break this down and take it to the ground. So I think we'll bring it to a close, and thank you very much for everybody who was part and parcel of this whole process. You guys have been great. Even if your voice was not heard, I think the conversation continues online, and you can still continue engaging us on our social media platforms and other platforms, and this will be heard, and we continue the conversation as we go along. Wanja?
Yes, thank you so much. And from us, thank you for coming through for today and for the entire Climate Story Lab Africa event. From the team that's been behind here and everybody who's been on Zoom and all of us who've been chatting with you on this side of the monitor and of the event, we appreciate you. We'd like to stay in touch with you. We're all about collaboration. Let us know what we can do together. So from DocuBox and our partners, Climate Justice Resilience Fund, the British Council, Doc Society, Christian Aid, and Rich World Foundation, the Climate Story Lab Africa thanks you. Stay safe and see you very soon with lots of love from all of us in Nairobi. All the best.
Wajumbe wanakumbusha Afrika imetengwa na mengi, ili moja lituunganishe. Tulifanyeni ajenda ya pamoja, utengano tuutenganishe. Kenya ikiteketea, Uganda na Tanzania, nani azitenganishe? Kongo, kabla ya kujadili vita vya wenyewe kwa wenyewe, jadilini vipi mtautunza msitu wa Kongo. Msitu unaleta mvua sio kidogo. Madhara ya kuteketeza yataenda hadi nje ya Kongo. Vita uharibu mazingira. Malizeni matatizo yenu mezani. Tupambaneni sasa ingali muda bado upo. Kwa Afrika ni mapema sana, tukipambana tunaweza kurudisha upepo. Tuwekeni mipango, tuwekeni pesa kuisukuma mipango, tuwekeni nguvu kuisukuma mipango. Maneno matupu hayatoshi kama kushinda ndio lengo. Tuliwaamini wanasiasa watusemee, wametusaliti. Ni wazi sauti zetu hazisikiki, bungeni acheni kelele. Tunajua matakwa yenu mmeyaweka mbele, sasa tunaenda kushika hatamu. Tunasema wenyewe. Wajumbe wanauliza, makanisani mbona kimya? Misikitini mbona kimya? Mbona mjali lolote juu ya mazingira? Au hayaleti uzima? Tunajua mnaamini mtaenda ahera na mbinguni, lakini kwa sasa Afrika ndio nyumbani. Nguvu yenu ni kubwa, mnahitaji kusema nini kifanyike. Mkikaa kimya tutatia shaka. Kwa nini muaminike? Tukumbushane, majanga mengi Mungu hajaleta, chanzo ni sisi. Mvua kubwa, vimbunga, matetemeko kwenye matendo yetu yanaakisi. Kilimo kimbilio la wengi sasa kinasumbua. Hali ya hewa haitabiliki, hakuna mvua, mazao shambani yanaungua. Watoto pia wana kilio chao juu ya dunia yao. Wanahitaji kushirikishwa kwa kufundishwa kwenye elimu yao. Kutoshirikishwa ni kuwanyima haki zao. Wana haki ya kujua, kujali na kuyajenga mazingira yao. Wajumbe wanagusia juu ya maendeleo endelevu ya Afrika. Yanahitaji mipango ya muda mrefu, ipangwe na isimamiwe. Mipango juu ya jinsi gani Afrika itakuwa miaka 500 ijayo lazima iandaliwe. Mipango ya wanasiasa imeshindwa kwa sasa, ikataliwe. Mipango ya wasomi wenye kujali juu ya kesho yetu kikaribu iangaliwe. Wasomi wafadhiliwe, wafanye tafiti na waaminiwe. Tafiti zisibaki makabatini, zitoke nje, matatizo ziyatatue. Kutogharamia mazingira ni sawa na kununua gari kisha ukalala nje. Weka vipaumbele kwa akili. Afrika kwanza, kisha yafuate mengine. Kabla ya kununua ndege za gharama, tutunzeni kwanza anga. Kabla ya kununua meli za gharama, tutunzeni bahari kwa kupanga. Kwa furaha wajumbe wanasema, suruhu inaanza na mimi na wewe. Panda miti kuzunguke, matunda, kivuli na mapambo. Raha jipe mwenyewe. Mnapojipa raha, mnaipa dunia raha, na raha itakurudia mwenyewe. Kwa mwendo wote twende. Kama hatuwezi kuruka, tukimbie. Kama hatuwezi kukimbia, tutembee. Kama hatuwezi kutembea, tutambae. Lakini kwa njia na namna yoyote, lazima tuendelee kwenda mbele. Tuendelee kuyapigania mazingira. Tusichoke. Tusichoke.
Thank you so much, and I'm just here to do one final thing, to say thank you to you all and to pass the vote of thanks on behalf of all the organizers of Climate Story Lab 2021 in Nairobi, Kenya. Thanks to all the panelists and all the roundtable speakers on all the topics that we had. Thanks to all our moderators, Sarah Kibor, Pasi Ogola, Julius Mbatia, Sam Soko, and Francis Karago. Our speakers, Wanjira Wadai, Kisulu Musia, John Kitui, and Tony Kamau. To all the Art in Action team led by Billy Mugambi. The technical team, Highway Audiovisual, Basics, and the support from Fulfillment Films and Keyframe. To the DocuBox team led by the CEO, Judy Kibinge. Climate Story Lab project lead, Emily Wanja. Project manager, Cindy Makandi. And to all the support team put together and led by the director, Mugambi Mfiga. To our main supporters, to the Climate Justice Resilience Fund, our sister organization, Doc Society. Thank you, Jess and Bidi, wherever you are, for the support. Thanks also to the British Council, Christian Aid, led by Sarah Kibor. Thank you so much. Thanks to all our hosts, here, Movenpick, the hotel. And I want to say thank you to all the people who tuned in globally for the Climate Story Lab 2021 in Nairobi, Kenya. We look forward to seeing you again on the Climate Story Lab in 2022, hosted by DocuBox. And thank you so much. Bye-bye. See you in 2022. Asanteni sana.
The land is good, the land is fine. Gold we have, diamonds we mine. Yet we fight, we cover it all. We wallow in the mud. Africa, 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 yeah. Mama Africa, we cry for peace. Africa. The land is good, the land is fine. Gold we have, diamonds we mine. Yet we fight, we cover it all in blood. Tell me why we wallow in the mud. Africa, 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 yeah. Mama Africa, we cry for peace. Africa, 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 yeah. Mama Africa, we cry for peace. Africa.